Welcome everybody to XLRSAVIATION Live. This beautiful Friday, July 26th afternoon. It is currently 4:57 p.m. Temperatures around 82 degrees and sunny. Not a single cloud in the sky as far as the eye can see. Great visibility as well. We can see the Chicago skyline from here on the south side of O'Hare International Airport. We'll give you guys a few moments to join us up, and as we do, we're going to give you a quick view of the Astro Jet on your screens here at O'Hare International Airport.
This aircraft, operated by American Airlines, sporting one of the liveries from one of the previous airlines, known as the Heritage livery. Astrojet operated in the 50s, 60s, and 70s, and then was bought out by American Airlines. For any of you that may be watching that might have flown in the 50s and 60s, it was all the way back in the time of Lockheed Electras smoking through the skies. However, this aircraft, a 737-800, let's get a date check on that one there. This aircraft is 737-800, 11 years of age, arriving in from Washington Reagan, Delta Charlie Alpha in Virginia. If any of you guys have flown into Reagan, you get fantastic views of the National Mall. Usually take a right turn before going into the single runway over at Reagan Airport. Also information about the aircraft, the registration, November 905, November. Once again, 11 years of age, coming in from Washington Reagan, the Astrojet Retro livery of American Airlines. First arrival for you here with arrivals and departures. Arrivals coming in on runway 10 right, runway 10 center, and runway 9 left. And departures on 10 left and 9 right. So our first arrival here coming in from El Paso, Texas, SkyWest Airlines Flight 5242 and Embraer 175, long range. Flight time of just under 3 hours for this aircraft. Let's watch as they arrive here on runway 10 center.
RWBJR saying, XLRS, good afternoon. Nice to see you again at my hometown airport. Good afternoon and welcome to the broadcast. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic afternoon. For those of you living in Chicago, for those of you internationally, I hope your day is starting off right here at XLRSAVIATION Live. The best way to start a morning is to tune in, catch all the Chicago O'Hare action here at XLRS Live.
Our next arrival, Cathay Pacific Flight 801 and Embraer, and Airbus A350-1000 headed to Hong Kong. 5 years of age for this aircraft. Listen to these XWB engines spool up for this nearly 14-hour flight all the way over to Hong Kong. Lift off just a couple feet above the ground. You might have seen what appeared to be smoke, but believe it or not, that's actually brake dust. You'll see that in a lot of heavy aircraft departures. They've been on the ground for a couple hours Not something that you'd believe would create or allow for much dust to accumulate, but it does. Watch that aircraft turn on its way over to Hong Kong. Again, that aircraft estimated flight time of just under 14 hours. Expected cruising altitude, probably around 34, initial cruising altitude, maybe 34,000 feet before getting up toward 36, 38, and 40 before headed into Hong Kong. Flight distance of 6,773 nautical miles over 7,700 miles. This aircraft registered Bravo X-Ray Lima X-Ray. And this other aircraft in front of you is an EVA Air Cargo Boeing 777. This one will be headed off to Taipei, Taiwan. EVA Air Flight 633, as we said, a Boeing 777 freighter registered Bravo 16785. Currently taxiing down, gonna make its way over to Taipei. We'll see if they called for a full-length use of runway 10 left, or if they will depart at a shorter or a further spot down the runway, depending on how heavy they are, how much cargo they have in there. Currently taxiing down Papa, either going to take a right on Delta Delta or Bravo Bravo, or all the way down here at Lima. A couple other comments coming in. Rich Sue saying welcome back. As you can see, the size difference there between the EVA Air Cargo 777 and the CRJ 200 behind there. Because we have another CRJ, this one in the retro livery by Air Wisconsin. Again, that aircraft, a Mitsubishi CRJ 200, as it slows on runway 10 center. Runway 10 center, around 10,800 feet in length. The longest runway is where our departures are going on right now. That's runway 10 left, 28 right, with a distance of 13,000 feet. It's 150 feet wide, and it has upwards of 4 feet thick of concrete. Fun fact with airports in terms of thickness of concrete for the runways are upwards of 3 to 4 feet, and the taxiways can be upwards of 18 inches. So, you know, the taxiways don't have to carry as much weight, but the runways, you know, if you're landing a 747 and Airbus 380, A340, you need a lot of concrete to be able to handle all of that weight. Coming to another arrival of CRJ 200. We're going to take a look at the 747 that's behind it. Oh, I didn't know. This is a private aircraft here, Business Aviation. That aircraft will make its way over to Signature Flight Support. We'll come over to a arriving 747 next. You can see out there, Cargo Lux 747, not too far off the airfield now. This aircraft currently on the visual for 10 Center. Cargo Lux Flight 5485 coming in from Anchorage, Alaska. Nice, cool double shot with that Cargo Lux 747-8 with those GE-NX engines, and then the 777 freighter with the GE90s. That 777 freighter again headed to Taipei, Taiwan, and that 747 just arrived in from Anchorage, Alaska. You can see he's still working those reversers. Now disengaging the reversers on the 747, using just about every inch of this runway. Looks like he's most likely going to exit right on Foxtrot, and or he's going to turn left. He's either going to turn right or left onto Foxtrot. And then if he's going up to North Cargo, probably taxi Papa, depending on the departures. Looks like he's turning left on Foxtrot. Probably going to turn left on Foxtrot and then left on Papa, unless he's going to be cleared to turn right onto Papa and then left on Echo Echo. We'll see. Yeah, he's going to continue on Papa, so we'll get a nice view as he comes back here. Our next arrival on 10 Center here. Spirit Airlines Flight 199 on Airbus A320, arriving in from Las Vegas, Nevada. Flight time about 3 hours and 5 minutes, registered November 621 November Kilo. This aircraft 11 years of age, again arriving in from Las Vegas. That'll be our next arrival. We're gonna look over if we can see the Alaska Airlines One World livery. There it is there. Arrived in just a few minutes ago, I believe from Seattle, Washington. There's the One World livery. If you're unknown to it, Alaska Airlines, an all Boeing fleet as of recently, as we have the business jet passing in front. Alaska Airlines used to, they inherited some Airbus 320s and 321s from Virgin America, but retired those quite quickly at young ages. We'll get this Airbus A320.
Andrew K, hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us here live at XLRS Aviation. Got about 30 of you guys tuned in so far, getting that number up as we go. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic afternoon, and thank you for joining us at today's XLRS Aviation Happy Hour special this Friday, July 26th, 2024. It's 82 degrees and sunny. Beautiful, beautiful blue open skies here at O'Hare, making for some fantastic lighting and a great day of spotting. Hey, just to keep the show going for each and every one of you tuned in, as Avery said, just around 30. If you got any friends who don't have too much going on this evening, go ahead and share this live stream with them if they want to check in, see what O'Hare has to offer, the busiest airport in Illinois and also in Chicagoland, with over 7,000 departures and arrivals over the next week. And to continue the Queen-a-thon, if we want to call it that. We've already seen one 747 operated by Cargo Lux, currently just in the, we'll make it center frame of your live stream video screens. And 5 minutes away, we have Cargo Lux Flight 6426, another 747. This one, a 747-400 arriving in from Indianapolis. Those will be our second 747 in 10 to 15 minutes of streaming here at O'Hare. So keeping the action going, lots of heavy aircraft. We've got a CRJ-200 inbound for 10 Center now. Andrew asking, are planes landing on 10 Center? Yes, currently our runway arrival pattern is arrivals on 10 Center, as well as up on the north/central side of the airport on 9 right. 9 Center.
Beautiful touchdown for that CRJ. We'll come back to our Cargo Lux 747. Yeah, as Avery's saying, we are landing runway 10 Center, so that is a double thumbs up for us here at XLRS. We got front row seats to the action with this 747. We have a FedEx McDonnell Douglas MD-11 arriving in 25 minutes. But just to add to the heavy party that we have going on here, lots of heavies arriving into O'Hare. Starting with Cargo Lux 747 in 4 minutes. Then we have SAS Flight 943 and Airbus A330 in 8 minutes. In 22 minutes, we have China Cargo Airlines, a Boeing 777 freighter, followed by FedEx Flight 383 and MD-11, among several other heavies, as we're keeping you zoomed into this incredible Cargo Lux, powered by 4 of the most powerful engines on aircraft around currently, the GE-NX, made by General Electric, capable of over 100,000 pounds of thrust. Currently on Papa. Gonna make a right on Delta Delta here.
Andrew asking, MD-11s still fly to ORD besides FedEx? That is a question. Ryder, do we see any MD-11s aside from the FedEx arrivals?
Yeah, very unfortunately, we still do have UPS. So there's the positive. The unfortunate thing is that UPS only flies them in. I believe they arrive in the 4s in the morning, so around 4:30 in the morning, and they leave around 10:30 at night. So it's not the easiest plane to spot, but if you want to find some UPS MD-11s, Louisville, Kentucky, where UPS is based, and also FedEx is in Memphis, Tennessee, and UPS is in Louisville. So you go to Tennessee and Kentucky and you will see lots of MD-11s still operating there. Go to our next arrival, a Boeing 737. American Airlines in the One World livery. That One World livery slows down, we have another 747, our second of the show at that. This one arriving in from Indianapolis. This one arriving in very soon from Indianapolis, flight Cargo Lux Flight 6426, a 747-400ER. Registered Lima X-Ray Juliet Charlie Victor, 17 years of age, arriving in just about 1 minute. Currently 3 nautical miles from the field. Hope you all enjoyed that 747 arrival. Our second heavy, but definitely not our last. Lots and lots of heavies expected here at O'Hare.
And everybody, our first Super Chat donation has been sent. This one coming in from AV Geek Tours. Happy hour special. Nice way to end the work week. Thank you for sharing videos from AirVenture. Thank you so much for joining us, AV Geek Tours. We are so thankful for your support. Hoping you're having a fantastic time at Oshkosh. thank you so much for joining us and for your $5 super chat donation. Again, we do have those super chats enabled. Any of that revenue will go directly back into the production and the content you all see on your screens right now. Again, thank you so much for that super chat, and I hope you are having a fantastic, fantastic time at AirVenture.
And Avgi Tours, we'll be sure to continue to release as much Oshkosh footage as possible. We've completed our uploading of videos from last year, but starting tomorrow afternoon and evening and through the next several weeks and months, we will be uploading all of our footage from Oshkosh 2024. So look forward to seeing that.
Some other content coming soon. We do have lots of sun and fun action coming to XLRS Aviation very soon. That is the Florida Air Show down in Lakeland, Florida. We've got all sorts of demo reels as well as military and commercial arrivals and departures as well as demos. So lots to look forward to here at XLRS Aviation Live. And just XLRS Aviation in general. Be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications if you'd like to be sure you never miss a broadcast or any of those epic videos coming soon.
Going back to our Cargo Lux 747, little deja vu. We saw this view maybe less than 5 minutes ago. We had another Cargo Lux 747 arrive in. And our next arrival, American Airlines Flight 2285, a 737 MAX 8 arriving in from Santa Ana. This aircraft registered November 330 Tango Juliet, and that's followed by two heavies back-to-back, SAS Flight 943, an Airbus A330-300, and United Airlines Flight 770, a 787. So lots of heavy action, and we're very much hoping that it continues here with our pattern on runway 9 left, 10 center, and 10 right. We'll go to that arriving flight from Santa Ana, 737 now. Background, we have the 747 powered by, I don't believe these are the Rolls-Royce CF6. I think these are different. The 747 was powered by at least the Dash 400, the General Electric or Rolls-Royce CF6 engines, but also another one that British Airways and a couple other airlines ordered. But let's just listen to these and I'll give you some info in just a few moments. We'll go to our arriving SAS Flight 943 and Airbus A330-300, arriving in from Copenhagen, Denmark.
Joe E. Love the stream, watching from Sioux Falls, South Dakota with my parents. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you're enjoying, and thank you for joining us from Sioux Falls.
Slightly firm landing for that Airbus A330, but you know, they say every landing that you walk away from is a good landing. We'll go to our next arrival. United Airlines Boeing 787 arriving in from Barcelona. And we actually have another heavy, third in line, American Airlines Flight 91 arriving in from London. So we've got a heavies party, lots of heavy aircraft coming in tonight.
We currently have 52 of you joining us live here at XLRS Aviation. We'd love to keep that up. If you know anybody that you know may enjoy this content or typically tunes in, feel free to share the link with them and get them to join it up.
Hey, what do you know? We have an Iberia A350, folks. That's a little bit different from our normal scheduled arrivals. This Iberia Airbus A350 operating flight 6274 headed to Madrid, Spain. It's been the Airbus A330-300 for several weeks and several months as well too. It's been probably since 2022 since we've seen this, so nice to see it, especially on XLRS Live. Let's listen to these engines as they spool up from behind. This looks like a former fighter jet pilot going up on a high angle of climb, working with those headwinds. Looks like we have a Neo aircraft arriving in. This aircraft, a Volaris A320 Neo, arriving in from Querétaro. Go to our Scandinavian SAS A330, turning right off of Papa as we very quickly have this 787 arriving. Another heavy departing Air France A350. Getting all the heavies here, folks. As the 787 lands and A350 departs, this being Air France Flight 137 and Airbus A350 headed off to France. Brand new for this aircraft. Lots of heavy aircraft here at O'Hare. We even have one that's second to arrive, but we'll zoom into this 787 and give you guys a little bit of an update of what aircraft we have coming for each and every one of you. So you can see there, American Airlines Flight 91 that just arrived from London Heathrow a few minutes ago, a 787-9. Flight time of 7 hours and 40 minutes for that aircraft. First to land here on runway 27, for runway 10 center, we have Envoy Air Flight 3828 from Oklahoma City, followed by United Airlines Flight 415. United Airlines Flight 415 arriving in from Milan, Italy. Then we have China Cargo Airlines Flight 225, a 777 freighter arriving in from Anchorage, followed by American Airlines Flight 338, a 737-800 from Phoenix, and also FedEx Flight 383 and MD-11. So starting with this Envoy Air, we've got a nice number of aircraft coming in here.
Judy saying lots of heavies at ORD today. Wow, that's correct. There are lots and lots of heavy aircrafts on their way in to O'Hare today. Lots to catch here on XLRS Aviation Live. And a super chat rolling in from Judy Shu, $4.99, saying, love the XLRS Friday happy hour. Thank you. Thank you so much for your super chat. We really appreciate the support. And thank you all for tuning into XLRS Aviation Live. Hope you're all having a wonderful, wonderful day here at XLRS Aviation Live.
737's going to have to get off this runway. 787 coming in hot. 737's clear of the runway now. And we have another heavy, what do you know? British Airways 777 departing 10 left, just about to spool up. As that 777 leaves the view of the camera, we go to another 777, China Cargo Airlines. So the 777 slows down. Got a little bit of a slow time. A slow time meaning no aircraft is landing for more than 20 seconds. It is super busy here right now at O'Hare. Our next arrival, American Airlines Flight 338, a 737-800. This one arriving in from Phoenix, Arizona. Registered November 991, November, an 8-year-old 737, followed by FedEx Flight 383, a McDonnell Douglas MD-11. Woohoo! We got an MD-11 coming on 10 center. It's been
That's
a minute since we've been able to stream with an MD-11.
Brandon even called it a few minutes ago. He said MD-11F on final.
Indeed it is. Got the visual on 10 center, 7 nautical miles from the field, 32 years of age for this aircraft that will be second to its runway, 10 center. Registered November 591, Foxtrot Echo. This aircraft in the air for 1 hour and 15 minutes before it will touch down here at O'Hare. Let's try and get a zoomed in shot. We have a American Airlines 787 about to depart 10 left. And we've got an arriving 737, tons and tons of action here at O'Hare. We're going to go to the arriving 737 so we can also get a view of our MD-11. Nice touchdown for that 737. We're going to the ever nostalgic scene of an MD-11 in the distance. Again, this aircraft, 32 years of age. Arriving in from Memphis, Tennessee, the hub of FedEx. Listen to this incredible aircraft land. It'll be questionable either way. We should be able to get a nice view of this MD-11. Looks like it will most likely turn left. Yep, turn left, and then it'll pop. It'll taxi. Let's see. Looks like it's going to turn left on Echo Echo, taxi Papa before most likely turning Charlie Charlie or Bravo Bravo before making its way into the Southwest cargo ramp. I don't know about you guys, but I'd say that's the highlight of the stream so far. Even though we've seen two 747s, well, we see those quite often, but the MD-11, it's becoming few and far between when coming on spotting trips at O'Hare. It might depart in the morning, or it might arrive late at night. So it is definitely challenging to spot, that's for sure. We'll go to our next arrival because we Won't have the MD-11 too close to us yet. This is American Airlines flight 1594, 737 coming in from Los Angeles. We'll go back to my personal favorite view of an MD-11 taxiing, this time on taxiway Papa. We've got another aircraft inbound though that we'll have to catch, and that's United Airlines flight 308, an Airbus A320-200. That aircraft arriving in from Philadelphia. 27 years of age for this aircraft, registered November 438 Uniform Alpha. We should get a nice head-on shot here. This would be, again, the highlight of the stream, the MD-11 turning right in front of us here. Gonna wait for an arriving aircraft, but we will keep our cameras on it. See that third engine in the tail of the MD-11 and the registration. I always thought to myself, it's kind of interesting if you look at how much of the aircraft is held up by that front nose wheel. It's a lot of tonnage. It's got to be a very strong nose gear there.
Currently making its way south from the North Cargo Bay is a Flexport 747. Hopefully we'll catch that departure here for you on the south side of O'Hare International Airport. Again, this McDonnell Douglas MD-11F arriving in from Memphis after a 1 hour and 20-minute flight time here into O'Hare International Airport. Thank you to all 74 of you currently joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live. We thank each and every one of you for tuning in this beautiful Friday afternoon. Thank you all so much, and hope you're enjoying your happy hour special here at XLRS Aviation Live.
Not trying to avoid the action of that MD-11 stealing the show. It was a 767.
We are just about 10 minutes short of our top of the hour. First one of the broadcasts, we're going to be rolling a new animation. So stay tuned for that, everybody.
As those CF6 engines stop their reverse thrusting. Come back over and look at this beloved MD-11. The MD-11 started operation in the 80s, I believe, but you see there's not quite a design like the MD-11, or that would be the Lockheed L-1011 that started, and the DC-10 followed behind. The L-1011, as you can see here, there's a clear pylon right below the engine that connects it to the rest of the tail. The Lockheed L-1011, slightly differently built, where the engine is literally part of the fuselage itself, but the MD-11, you can see there's a clear difference. And with the DC-10s, at least the DC-10-10, it did not have a center gear. You can see there's a center gear there. And that was for more stabilization when landing. So those center gear, those two tires actually touch the ground first, just a microsecond before the side tires do for better stabilization. The DC-10 itself does not have the best safety record, unfortunately. One of the worst crashes, and actually the worst crash in Chicago history, and with a DC-10, took off right at this airport in 1979, an American Airlines flight. Over 250 people lost their lives, but unfortunately that was the beginning of the demise of the DC-10, but the MD-11 came along, and it is still hauling cargo every single day with multiple operators. Its main operators here in the US are FedEx and UPS, and in terms of MD-11s throughout the world, there aren't many left. There aren't any in Europe. Lufthansa Cargo had theirs until October of 2021. We actually were able to catch the last arrival of a Lufthansa Cargo MD-11 into this airport on October 13th, 2021, before it was retired on October 15th. Well, basically every airline had the MD-11 at some point, or the DC-10, and those were retired simply because of fuel efficiency, or lack thereof, because of the 3 engines as opposed to 2, and also with ETOPS regulations. Coming over to that Flexport 747 Xavier was talking about a minute ago, now departing runway 9 right. Go back to that United 767 that arrived a few moments ago. See that Flexport 747 making a turn now. When they're going in on O'Hare's main tower there, you can see part of Terminal 2 and Terminal 3, or more of Terminal 3 actually. Terminal 2 and Terminal 3 mostly house, well, Terminal 2 is mostly American and One World Alliance members, so that is British Airways departs from Terminal 3. What are a couple airlines? SAS is going to begin departing from Terminal 3 soon. And then Terminal 2, Terminal 2 is mostly American, some regional carriers. United has some regional carriers that depart out of Terminal 2. Spirit departs out of Terminal 2 as well. And then you have Terminal 1 out of the more domestic arrival terminals. Terminal 1, there's 1, 2, 3, and 5. 5 is our main international terminal here at O'Hare. We also have Terminals 1, 2, and 3 that house departures. Terminal 1 with Star Alliance partners. Terminal 5 also is the only terminal that international aircraft can arrive into, because it's the only terminal that has customs at the moment. But O'Hare has plans to change that in the future for sure. That's part of the ORD 21 program. Lots of construction going on the airfield currently, and has been going on recently. Part of a program to increase the number of aircraft coming into O'Hare, to increase the revenue and economic potential of the airport for Chicago. And O'Hare is so vast that it takes up space, or it uses land in 5 different cities, or 5 different villages. It's in the city of Chicago. The southeastern part of the airport is in the north it is in Des Plaines, and to the northeast. To the south and west where we are in Bensonville, and then to the north and west is Elk Grove.
Brandon saying, what a nightmare customs is through T5. I don't know about you, Rye, but going through customs in T5 has always been pretty slow and tedious for our family. How about you?
Well, coming back from a trip just recently, it was actually smoother than expected, but the expectations have definitely been lowered with previous experiences that we've had going through there. A little bit of a long reverse thrust there. You can see zooming in on the international terminal. We have the main area here. Right in the center of your screen you have a Swiss Boeing 777 with a Spirit next to it. Also several international carriers, but you do see a United tail in there. My family recently came in from a trip abroad from Grand Cayman specifically, and we came in on United, so we came into Terminal 5. But a lot of aircraft and airlines come in. You can see British Airways pushing back that United that came in from London a few minutes ago, about to dock, and also a TAP Air Portugal A330neo that just pushed back. We'll go to an arriving 737 now. This aircraft, American Airlines Flight 975 from Montego Bay. We'll go to a JetBlue A320 for a moment. A220, I should say. You can see this United awaiting its gate assignment in several concrete spheres, or concrete cylindrical prisms, if you want to call it that. Cylinders of concrete. Couple aircraft coming in soon. We have SkyWest Flight 5204, a CRJ-200 from Salina. That is Salina, Kansas, because where else would Salina be from? We also have, behind there, American Airlines Flight 43 from Venice, Italy, a Boeing 787-9, followed by United Airlines Flight 349, a 737 MAX from San Diego. So, solid 3 aircraft coming in. A couple other heavies to look forward to. We have Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350 arriving in 10 minutes.
And in just 3 minutes, we will be doing our top of the hour briefing for all of you, rolling out some brand new layouts and music and transitions. So get ready for it, everybody. That is now just 2 minutes out, our very first top of the hour of the broadcast.
We'll be doing that top of the hour just after American Airlines Flight 43, now just 1 minute out from Venice, Italy. A flight from Venice operating a Boeing 787-9 registered November 820 Alpha Lima, a 7-year-old 787. Around 9 hours and 15 minutes of flight time for this 787, as it's now just 4 nautical miles from the runway. Using his reversers quite heavily as he passed the threshold, a little bit higher than some of the other aircraft that we've seen, floated a good amount, but got the reversers on and now is about to safely get off runway 10 center.
You are currently watching live coverage from O'Hare International Airport. Today's date, July 26th, 2024. It is a beautiful day to be spotting. Currently, it is, let's see, we've got 81 degrees and sunny. Again, a beautiful, beautiful opportunity to spot here at O'Hare International Airport. Blue skies, some light variable winds. It is 6 o'clock and you are currently watching XLRS Aviation Live. Hope you guys are all having a fantastic afternoon. one of the many, many, many beautiful, beautiful afternoons there are here in Chicago. Anything to say, Rye?
Well, I just want to thank each and every one of you for tuning in, because we would not be XLRS without you guys, without the support of our viewers, and each and every one of you that like, subscribe, or maybe even send a super chat.
That's right, we do have super chats enabled on this broadcast here. So if you have any urge to send as little as $1, we would greatly appreciate your support and roll it back into the production of these videos. Again, thank you so much for joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live. It's a beautiful day to be spotting. That's right, tools in action, another Chicago stream. Sweet. We are, well, we can't say the best of the best, but we certainly do consider ourselves some of the top-notch broadcasters in the area. Again, thank you all so much for joining us, and we're looking forward to another long broadcast here at O'Hare International Airport.
Yeah, and starting off the hour, we don't have any current arrivals on final for Runway 10 Center, but we do have several arriving soon. That's going to start off with Lufthansa Flight 434 that's just about to overfly the field on a 210 heading, or heading southwest. That aircraft, Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350 arriving in from Munich, Germany. Also, in just 10 minutes, we have China Southern Airways Cargo Flight 2547, a Boeing 777 freighter arriving in from Anchorage. And in 16 minutes, China Airlines Cargo Flight 5240, a 747-400. So all of that action happening in just the next 15 minutes here at O'Hare. So you can see we still got our view of the tower, because we've got a nice 787 that's gonna make its way into frame here. The 787 just arrived a few moments ago from Venice, Italy. You can also see a United Airbus A321neo headed over to Orlando, Florida. So nice 2 aircraft in frame currently.
Ernesto just subscribed. Ernesto, thank you so much for joining us, Ernesto, and thank you for subscribing to XLRS Aviation Live. Be sure that if you are enjoying this content, you subscribe to the channel to be sure you never miss out on any of our broadcasts or future content posted here on XLRS Aviation. Again, thank you so much, Ernesto, for your subscription to the channel, and we're looking forward to a great stream today, everybody.
Coming over to this American Airlines 787 that arrived just a few moments ago on your screens. This aircraft is American Airlines Flight 43, a 787-9. Arrived in from Venice, Italy. See those GEnx engines there? You can see a little line of aircraft that just arrived as well. 2 737s. All the aircraft arriving to our right on runway 10 right, accurately named. Those aircraft are now taxiing Papa on their way over to their respective gates. Essentially, if you're wondering, in the world of aviation, these aircraft, you might be wondering, why are they stopping? Well, that CRJ, followed by the 2 737s, once they landed, they contacted ground and were given a certain clearance to taxi a certain number of taxiways. But once you get to a certain spot, i.e. this area before runway 10 left, you must then ask clearance or wait for a clearance to cross that runway. And since that runway is active, you are not allowed to cross it unless you have clearance. Not only is it dangerous, but it is against the rules of aviation and should not ever be done. But things do happen, but as you can see, those aircraft are following the rules very well. We'll come over here, we have an Iceland Air 757-200. Funny enough, we saw this one in Munich. That'll be coming out in a video in the next few weeks. The 757-200 arrived in from Reykjavik, Iceland. Registered Tango Foxtrot, Foxtrot Indigo Charlie. Starting to get a couple more arrivals here on runway 10 center. Go to that 737 MAX that just arrived a few moments ago on runway 10 right. Looking through a couple of your comments. William Lewis saying, I was born in Chicago, Elmhurst, lived in Florida. Wish you guys could do some spotting at Houston KIAH and also San Diego KSAN. Yeah, we'd love to try and get streaming there at some point. That would be a ton of fun to do. Go back to our Iceland Air 757. Unfortunately, this Dash 200 by Iceland Air does not necessarily have a livery. It is painted in all white. Sure, it sounds cool, but would have loved to get the Aurora Borealis livery. That's a great livery on the Iceland Air 757. It's a Dash 200, I believe. However, Iceland Air operates both the Dash 200 and Dash 300 of the 757. So you can see that Iceland Air just awaiting a clearance. As we have a Sky West CRJ 200 that you'll hear arrive here.
Reading through some comments right here. Tools in action, loving watching heavies at San. Let's see, we've got love the channel, keep up the great work, says Sean. Thank you, we appreciate it. John, who was that? Oh, Sean. William saying just subscribed. Thank you so much for joining us. You guys are talking about KSAN. Thank you guys all for joining us. Really appreciate it. And again, be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications if you never want to miss a future broadcast or upload to XLRS Aviation. Again, thank you all so much for joining us this beautiful Friday afternoon, 6:10 p.m., sunny skies and light winds. Some beautiful conditions for some spotting here at O'Hare. Let us know down in the comments, where are you watching from? We'd love to know. Additionally, we have mentioned it, we do have those super chats enabled. If you would like to send as little as $1, we'll roll that back into the production of these broadcasts. One of the ideas I had a little bit ago was maybe getting a wireless transmitter to get a camera under the arrival path, get you guys 2 views, one from the side and one directly under those aircrafts. That'd be pretty sick, I think. Let us know down in the comments or the live chat what you guys would love to see out of XLRS Aviation Live. And again, those super chats will get rolled back into the production of these videos. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, some good news, folks. By the looks of the radar, we have several aircraft coming in, starting with this A321neo, register number 14512, one of United's newest A321neos. Well, also a very new aircraft to United's fleet. Also coming back with a Delta 757 awaiting departure clearance from runway 10 left, excuse me. Third in line to land, we have China Southern Cargo Flight 2547, a Boeing 777 freighter arriving in from Anchorage, Alaska. Then fourth in line, we have Lufthansa Flight 434, an Airbus A350-900. And just about to turn final, we have China Airlines Cargo Flight 5240. Right there, just had to catch it for each and every one of you watching. One of my favorite current regional aircrafts. Unfortunately, it is becoming more and more obsolete. It is the Embraer ERJ-145, operated by Piedmont Airlines. Piedmont used to operate several other aircraft. We actually flew on them. Piedmont used to operate the de Havilland Canada Dash 8 100, 200, and 300s. Those were operated by Piedmont and American Eel in joint partnership. Flew on those, but unfortunately they were retired in 2017, so they are no longer flying. I very much wish we could still catch them here on XLRS though. Those most of them have been scrapped. Some of them are kept at an airport in I believe Kansas City. Maybe McCarran International has Jet Midwest, and one of the regional airports near there has the Dash 8 fleet just waiting to be reactivated at some point. Little firm on that landing there. It was just out of view. SkyWest or Republic Airways Embraer 175. Go to our next arrival. China Southern Flight 2547, a 777 freighter, arriving in from Anchorage, Alaska. This aircraft has been in the air for 5 hours and 20 minutes. Listen to these incredibly powerful General Electric GE90 engines. Fun fact, they're a little bit larger. You can actually fit the 737 fuselage in them. As he slows down, we have Lufthansa flight 434. There you go. As he's finished slowing down with those powerful GEnx engines and the reversers, he's going to exit runway 10 center. As we have Lufthansa flight 434, an Airbus A350-900 that's arriving next, currently just 3 nautical miles from the field.
Marcus saying O'Hare is a massive airport. That is absolutely correct. O'Hare is one of the largest airports in the country, with lots and lots of arrivals and departures every minute we sit here at O'Hare. There is truly no break in the action. There's always something going on, even if there aren't current arrivals and departures. There's always something on the tarmac. So it's a great place to spot from, a great place to stream from, and of course, a great place to be watching here at XLRS Aviation Live.
See those two heavies in one frame. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a very rare, a new aircraft, a new airline to the channel that's going to be arriving pretty soon here. It is currently on left downwind. It's going to be coming in. This is Air Belgium, flight 6734. Now, you might remember we caught Air Belgium at one point when they were still flying. Unfortunately, the passenger service is no longer active here coming to O'Hare, but they operate a cargo flight on, this time, an Airbus A330-200 freighter, or as they call it, a Praetor, because it can carry passengers and cargo. This aircraft now on left downwind, hopefully going to come into runway 10 center, an Airbus A330-200 in the Hongguan Group livery, which is a partnership that Air Belgium is doing with the Hongguan Group. So this aircraft just 7 minutes away, 17 nautical miles from the field, so that should be lots of fun to catch. Our first time catching that on the channel.
Brandon said registered in Austria too.
That's very interesting. You're right. See that Lufthansa A350. Quite a sleek, yet somewhat intimidating look on the A350, with some beautiful winglets and a beautiful aircraft all together.
And potentially a new record for us. We've just hit 100 concurrent viewers. It is 6:02. That might be the quickest we've ever reached that amount of viewers. It's been just over an hour and 25 minutes of broadcasting. So thank you all for joining us, and hopefully we will continue bringing those numbers up, and hopefully you all are enjoying this live broadcast here at XLRS Aviation Live. Again, thank you all for tuning in, and super chats are enabled if anybody feels so inclined to send as little as $1.
As that aircraft goes out of frame, we'll get a nice close-up shot of this Lufthansa Airbus A350. See the wash behind those XWB engines. We'll go to an arriving 747. This is China Airlines Cargo, flight 5240, arriving in from Anchorage.
Flight time just over 5 hours and 25 minutes. J.S. Burns was in Chicago last month. We seemed to taxi forever to the gate. Yeah, depending on where you arrive, sometimes up on the north side specifically, your taxi time can be elongated quite a bit, especially if you are flying in on a smaller regional airline. But yes, yeah, that checks out for Chicago O'Hare. We do have some pretty long taxi times for smaller regional airlines. Fortunately, our international arrivals tend to head over to gate or Terminal 5 pretty quick. AV Geek Tours, let's get them to 100 likes. That's right, everybody. We'd love for you to like up the stream. We'd appreciate it. And again, that Air Belgium in just 8 minutes, that special livery, again, just about 6 minutes out at this point and currently lining up for its arrival here at O'Hare International Airport.
Looking over at what's becoming a more and more familiar sight is this aircraft here. It looks like he's going to be, oh no, he arrived actually. I was about to say that he might go full length on runway 10 left, but turns out he arrived a few minutes ago. This aircraft specifically, United Airlines Flight 602, and Airbus A320, arrived in from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, now 13 minutes ago. Looks like, what is its gate assignment? B22. Well, the only thing that I can assume is that that gate is most likely occupied at the moment, and that aircraft is going to have to wait for that gate to open.
We do have a super chat rolling in from Brandon Pierce. Brandon saying, subbed, thank you for the stream, guys. Good stuff. Thank you so much for your super chats. Let's see, there we go. Thank you very much for your super chat donation. We greatly appreciate it here at XLRS Aviation Live and are so thankful for all of you tuning in live. Let's get back to that main camera. There we go, everybody. Again, thank you so much, Brandon, for that $10 super chat. We really appreciate your support. William also saying, great job with the stream. Again, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Hope you're having a wonderful Friday evening. And thank you for choosing to spend it here with us at XLRS Aviation Live.
A little bit of a rougher landing for that 737, but I just want to point out real quick, if any of you guys have, if you're wondering how we might be tracking these planes, we're using Flight Radar 24. It's a fantastic app. You're able to track the planes, see where they're coming from, their flight number, their aircraft, their type, their age. And specifically, if you are tuning in to the O'Hare, at least the location around O'Hare currently, you'll notice the Air Belgium is, I assume for spacing, doing a very interesting sort of loop. It was coming in, it was on left downwind, 410 center, and then it sort of headed south and turned around. I'm assuming it's currently at 6,800 feet barometric altitude. So very interesting though. And we have a 737 struggling here with the winds.
Again, this arrival, 737 MAX 9 from Denver. 757. I pay for Flight Radar 24 Gold and cannot think of a money better spend, but the free version gets the job done very well. That's absolutely accurate. I do have the free version. Ryder has upgraded. He is a pilot, so, you know, gotta have the best of the best in the business. But yes, if you do have any interest, feel free to pull up Flight Radar and compare it to our broadcast. You can see all of the action coming in on the radar and then compare it to the broadcast live here at O'Hare. Patrick, hello from North Carolina. Thank you for joining us, Patrick Lloyd. Appreciate your support. As well as Elon saying, just subbed. Thank you so much for joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live, and thank you for subscribing. We've also got Brandon saying, evening rush causing an issue. I don't know about issue, but it certainly is quite busy. We do occasionally have some pretty bad backups here at O'Hare.
Yeah, definitely maybe a handful, half a dozen to a dozen aircraft looking for their gates, but that is subject to an increase depending on the number of aircraft coming in. Where did our Air Belgium go? The Air Belgium's not quite showing up on Flight Radar at the moment, at least with us. There's that China Airlines cargo 747-400. You can see, or you can hear those CF6 engines.
Very odd. Like Ryder mentioned, I don't see that Air Belgium. Oh, no, I still don't see it. Never mind. Thought I did for a second. Yeah, it appears that there is a gap in the lineup where the Air Belgium should be. However, it does not appear to be on Flight Radar. With that said, we do have a couple heavies on their way in. We've got that British Airways 777 just 10 minutes out at this point. That one arriving from London Heathrow, as well as multiple other arrivals on their way in here, including some 787s and a handful of smaller regional aircraft.
Oh, there we go. The Air Belgium has found its way back. It looks like it ended up doing a 360, was instructed by approach, most likely, by TRACON to do a right 360 for spacing because, well, I mean, there's really not too much space in between these aircraft landing. Wouldn't be surprised if, I have full confidence in the tower here, but if there's a slight loss of spacing that we might see a go-around here with this, with this very busy action. This aircraft's struggling a little bit. Let's see him fight these winds. Looks like they're turning a little bit more into a right quartering crosswind. Let's see how this Embraer does.
Joe, thank you for subbing to the channel. Appreciate your positivity, saying good work, guys. Great work, guys. Thank you very much. Appreciate the support. Our next Queen of the Sky is just 11 minutes out, an Atlas Air 74 arriving from Anchorage after a flight time of 5 hours and 20 minutes after it arrives in O'Hare. AP. They're probably letting smaller aircraft in first to allow enough clean airspace behind Air Belgium.
That is very possible because, you know, one of the tests, any of you who might be private pilots or any pilot in general have some familiarity with wake turbulence. Wake turbulence is created most heavily and severely when an aircraft is heavy and slow and clean as well.
We do have another super chat that has just rolled in. PHOP 444 saying, as always, great coverage. Do both of you work in the airline industry? You are very knowledgeable and sending a $20 super chat. Thank you so much for your support. Ryder, you want to take this question?
I myself am a private pilot. I got my license just a few weeks ago. In the beginning of June, I plan to pursue a degree in achieving my professional pilot's license, my ATP, through school. I'll be attending Florida Institute of Technology. And you know, with everything working out, there's a chance that I'll be flying one of these big jets one day, and time will tell.
Yeah. As for me, I am not going into the airline industry. I'm actually going into the film industry. I am behind the scenes working on this actual broadcast in terms of running the software, the computer information, and the camera. Ryder is currently operating the camera. However, I am constantly just running things behind the scenes. So yes, Ryder is heading into the industry, soon to become a commercial pilot, already with his private pilot's license. And I will be heading off to film school. So the two of us in a few years down the line should hopefully be pursuing some careers. Ryder hopefully in the commercial industry, and me potentially in the film industry or broadcast journalism industry.
Looking at a couple of aircraft that arrived on the north side. You can see the 757. That's a fun shot. You got the 75 and the 727. That 727 used to be owned by FedEx. Now it sits here, and I'm not exactly sure what it's used for. It might be a backup fire training plane for the O'Hare, the Chicago Police Department and Fire Department that works here at O'Hare. But that 757 arrived 11 minutes ago from Washington Dulles. 757-200. 25 years of age for that aircraft.
Brandon saying, just found $10 in my couch. Well, quite frankly, there's not much else that can make a day amazing than finding random amounts of money in random places.
I tell you, one thing that really can't be beat is any of you that play golf, you come back the next year and you find 20 bucks in your golf bag. What do you know? That's quite a special day.
Again, thank you all so much for the support. To those of you that have sent super chats, we really appreciate it. That will be rolled back into the production of this content. You guys will be seeing some Oshkosh content these next few days and some upgrades in the live stream. So again, thank you all so much for joining us. We will be doing these happy hour broadcasts for a few more weeks before the two of us head off to college. So again, be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications if you want to be sure never to miss any more live broadcasts here at XLRS Aviation Live. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in, and thank you so much to all of you that have donated via Super Chat. We really appreciate it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, our next arrival is that very special Air Belgium in the Hongwang Group livery. An Airbus A330-200 freighter arriving in from Paris, France, registered Oscar Echo Lima Alpha Juliet. This aircraft, 18 years old, coming in from Paris Charles de Gaulle International Airport in France. Also where the Olympics are happening tonight. That is where they are starting. So I hope you guys have the Olympics on maybe your TV. You got us on your computer. The perfect night. Couldn't really be any better. And a fun fact about the Olympics, this is an airplane-free Olympics. So during, at least tonight with the starting ceremony, nowhere within 80 nautical miles, an 80 nautical mile radius of the Paris Olympic Games are there allowed to be airplane flights. So over 1,000 flights were canceled or diverted to be able to make that happen from Paris Airport, which is France's largest and busiest airport.
Lufty Queen saying opening ceremony was awesome. I'm actually yet to watch it, but I'm sure it was fantastic, and I'm glad the Olympics are kicking off well in Paris. It's been long awaited. All right, everybody, the next arrival, just a moment out. Pan the camera to it in just a second here.
So again, a new airline, at least to XLRS Live. One aircraft that we have yet to catch, and we just caught it, was that, I'm going to say it incorrectly, that was the Air Belgium freighter, Airbus A330. As you can see, he's still on runway 10 center, waiting to exit. Should taxi back, taxiway Papa, and we should get a nice view of him. But not before we get United Airlines Flight 423, a 787-8 from Athens, Greece.
757 AP saying, butter. That was a pretty solid landing right there. Mwah, Belgium. William Lewis saying, friend of mine went to school in San Diego as a producer and cinematographer, produced the TV show Mountain Men, and also did video work for the San Diego Chargers. That's awesome. If you feel inclined, we'd love to try to build up those connections. So we do have our Instagram handle available. You can skip to the beginning of this episode. And, you know, if you have any interest, we'd love to connect with you and potentially that person. If you have any interest in sharing that information with us via Instagram through the DMs, we'll keep that open.
Now just 3 nautical miles out, we have a British Airways Flight 297, a 777-200ER, registered Golf Romeo Alpha Echo Sierra. This aircraft arriving in from London Heathrow, 27 years of age.
Just in case any of you do feel inclined to send anything, any messages through DM, our Instagram is XLRS_aviation. Again, XLRS_aviation. Simon, hello and welcome to the broadcast.
What do you know, just as Xavier was talking about it a few moments ago, second to arrive, we have our next queen. This aircraft, Atlas Air, Flight 557, a 747-8. Registered number 860 Golf Delta. You can see it off in the distance. Both of our next arrivals with gear already extended coming in. It's American Airlines, or United Airlines Flight 2144 and Atlas Air Flight 557.
Simon saying it's my brother's birthday in the Philippines. Tell him we say happy birthday. Thank you for joining us. And yeah, let him know. Let him know we say happy birthday from XLRS Aviation Live. He's got a special birthday message. Let us know and we'll read it off on the screen.
British Airways 777 Flight 297 that arrived just a few minutes ago from London Heathrow. In our next arrival, we have Atlas Air Flight 557, a 747-8 arriving in from Anchorage, registered November 860 Golf Tango. 2 years of age for this 747, 5 hours and 20 minutes in the air. Let's watch it land now. Bit of a rough touchdown for that 747 as we go to the British Airways Flight 297 that arrived a few minutes ago. Boeing 777-200, 27 years of age for this aircraft. So the 757 that arrived a few minutes ago. Spooling up a little bit. Those aircraft that you are viewing there arrived from Newark, New Jersey and Albany, New York. Here are those Rolls-Royce engines. Also, just looking in at our arrivals as we come over to a couple aircraft that arrived a few minutes ago. One of them a Delta 757. Next arriving in on runway 10 center, right in front of us, we have American Airlines Flight 2636, excuse me, arriving in from San Jose del Cabo. A 737-800, registered November 814, November, just about to approach the field. And FedEx Flight 707, a 767 freighter. There's that Atlas Air 747. You can see in view as that 737 slows. We have our FedEx 767 about to arrive here on 10 center. Now just 3 nautical miles from the field, a 5-year-old 757 registered November 170 Foxtrot Echo. FedEx, fun fact about them, they actually started just with a fleet of Dassault Falcon 20s back in the 70s. That's all that they could afford. They only had a fleet of 5 Dassault Falcons, and I don't have a photo to show you guys, but that is about the size of I don't know, maybe 1/50th or a very small fraction of the cargo that they can fit on their 767s now. And then they got some Flying Tiger 747s before owning all of their aircraft into the 90s. Subsix trying to make one exit, but didn't quite work for him. He had to continue. Now I'm going to make a different exit off of runway 10 center. So we have our next arrival, Viva Aerobus, that actually did a go-around. Went on final a few minutes ago. Viva Aerobus coming in from Guadalajara, Mexico, an Airbus A320-200. .757 turning right off of Papa. Next couple aircraft, we have Envoy Air Flight 3501 and then a FedEx 767, Flight 5608, a 767-300ER arriving in from Louisville, Kentucky. Yeolon saying UPS incoming, indeed. And also Garrett talking about the Flying Tigers jacket. I did not know they had a jacket, but that sounds very fun. Here's our 747. It's come all the way to the end here. Looks like it might take a left turn for us. That would be quite nice. And also FedEx will be taking a left turn on Bravo Bravo. So lots of aircraft right ahead of us here. This is going to be a great shot, folks. Enjoy this. And Atlas Air passing in front of a couple other O'Hare spotters here as the FedEx 767 turns. Hopefully they're going to cross this UPS 767 on short final. Lots and lots of action here, folks. FedEx now crossing 10 Center. You can see FedEx going to his parking spot. UPS turning right into the parking area as well. See where this FedEx decides to park. Right in front of that beautiful Chicago skyline.
Happy hour asking, where are you parked? How do I get there? Not too far away, and would love to go watch planes. We are currently at a private access hill on the south side of O'Hare. You can get access to that though by signing up for permission. You just got to go to ordwatch.org or .com. Just search up ORD Airport Watch on Google. You can go through that process to sign up and get certified to be provided police credentials to spot here at O'Hare.
But
if you do enjoy that.
But if you'd like to come over, you're definitely welcome to tonight. There are a couple other spotters out here, and though Airport Watch might help you in certain situations here at O'Hare, it is open to the public and available to come up onto this hill. And you can see here, I'm going to zoom in, that Atlas Air 747 with the Chicago skyline in the background. What a shot this is going to be. You can see that Atlas Air 747 with the Chicago skyline in the background. That aircraft just landed a few moments ago. Currently taxiing behind South Cargo. Winds have picked up a little bit. They were about 100 and from our east-southeast at 4 knots when we started the stream, and now they are 070, or from the northeast. They were from the southeast, from the northeast now at 10 knots. I'd say that that gusts are going to be a little bit higher than that. The current ATIS METAR is from about an hour ago, so they should update that pretty soon. Looks to be a heavy number 2 to runway 10 center. Let's see what that aircraft happens to be. That happens to be Aer Lingus Flight 125, an Airbus A330-300 arriving in from Dublin. Registered Echo Indigo Lima. This aircraft, 16 years old, will be arriving in just 2 minutes, 6 nautical miles from the field, and 4th into land we have Finnair, the Marimekko Unico livery, an Airbus A330-300 arriving in from Helsinki, Finland. So is another special livery and another Airbus A330 at that. Currently descending 5,800 feet above mean sea level, and probably one of the reasons that we did not see it earlier is because it is delayed, in fact.
And in just a minute here, we will be doing our top of the hour briefing.
As you just heard, yeah, we will be doing our top of the hour, but not before we watch Aer Lingus come in with the Shamrock livery. This aircraft again coming in from Dublin, Ireland. Now, just 3 nautical miles from the field. Once this aircraft arrives, we will do a quick top of the hour before getting Finnair Marimekko Unico livery that is just 4 minutes away, arriving in from Helsinki and Dublin, respectively. As that aircraft slows, we will do our top of the hour, just approaching at 7 o'clock, 1900 here at O'Hare, streaming from the hip.
All right, everybody. You are watching live coverage from O'Hare International Airport. It is July 26th, 2024. Thank you for tuning into XLRS Aviation Live. It is currently 7:01 p.m. Beautiful sunny skies, 80 degrees, light winds. Again, thank you all so much for joining us.
I am Ryder, and we also have Xavier, who was just talking to you. We appreciate each and every one of you tuning in, just over 100 people, and thank you so much for choosing to spend your Friday night enjoying XLRS Live with some fantastic live action here from O'Hare. Current temperature, 79 degrees Fahrenheit. That is 26 degrees Celsius with a dew point of 57 degrees Fahrenheit or 14 degrees Celsius. The current arrival and departures at O'Hare, we are arriving on runway 9 left, 10 center and 10 right, with departures on 10 left and 9 right. So lots of action going on at O'Hare, the busiest airport in Chicagoland, with over 7,900 departures expected in the next week. And we thank you all again for tuning in to XLRS during our happy hour stream.
757 AP. We doing any night spotting this evening? What do we think, Rye?
Of course we are, yeah. We are here as long as you guys want to be with us. We will be streaming into the night to catch some Nighthawk type action as coined by airline videos. Nighthawk to them and XLRS night for us.
All right, everybody. We've got that Finnair on its way in, so we thank you all for joining us at this top of the hour briefing. And again, thank you so much for joining us here at XLRS Aviation Live. We've got those super chats enabled. Again, I'm Xavier. Ryder is joining me. He's got all the aviation knowledge. Thank you for tuning in. Here we go. Let's get back to it.
So yeah, now just 4 nautical Now just 3 nautical miles out, Finnair Marimekko Unico livery. This Airbus A330 registered Oscar Hotel Lima Tango Oscar. This aircraft will be arriving in now just 1 minute from Helsinki, Finland. Unfortunately, it is 90 minutes or 1.5 hours late, but we still get to catch it with some incredible golden hour lighting. So enjoy this Airbus A330 arrival here on 10 Center. Beautiful arrival for that Marimekko Unico livery, that Airbus A330-300 of Finnair. Another Airbus A330-300 just arrived a minute ago. Aer Lingus Flight 125 going to come into your screen very soon here.
We've got Pod Jockey 70 saying, "Good evening, guys. Your friends at AVL are at the beach in LA to celebrate Rudy's birthday. Pop in their chat and say hey to Rudy. Really enjoyed your shows here in Eastern PA. Thank you for joining us. We might have to hop in and say hi to them. They did a great job of helping promote our channel last week and get that broadcast out to all of you. I'm sure some of you are even joining us. Thank you to them. I'm sure many of you have been referred by them. So yeah, we'll have to hop in and wish Rudy a happy birthday."
Now it looks like runway 10 Center, we have one arrival, and then we might be working through a couple miles of visibility. Well, we have essentially infinite visibility, but what I'm saying is that 10 Center might be closing for some time, but we will still have some great views of runway 9 Center arrivals and 10 left departures. So we have this CRJ 200, and then the next few arrivals will be on runway 9 Center.
Mark J tuning in saying hi. Thank you for joining us, Mark. Appreciate you tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live. Again, we do have those super chats enabled. If you feel inclined to send as little as $1, use that little button in the bottom right corner of your screen with the dollar symbol. It can send a little super sticker or super chat. Would greatly appreciate it. And thank you guys again for watching.
We'll go to this CRJ 200 arrival because it might be one of the last arrivals that we see on 10 Center for a little bit. Go to that Finnair Marimekko Unico livery on the Airbus A330. Again, this aircraft arriving in from Helsinki, Finland. Beautiful golden hour light on this Finnair A330 as they're awaiting taxi clearance. Currently on taxiway Papa. Sounds like they've heard that. They're about spooling up their engines a little bit. Again, that Airbus A330, the Marimekko Unico livery. Very colorful addition to the Finnair livery, composed of black letters or navy letters on a white fuselage. A couple aircraft to look forward to arriving in. Just 27 minutes out, we have Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a Boeing 777-300ER. That aircraft arriving in from Istanbul, Turkish Airlines Flight 5, registered Tango Charlie Juliet Juliet Lima. And just 42 minutes out, we have Lufthansa Flight 432, an Airbus A340-300, registered Delta Alpha Indigo Golf Mike. So there's a couple aircraft to look forward to, and we've got lots of other heavy aircraft around and aircraft in general. As that Marimekko Unico livery leaves your screen, we can see an American 737 coming behind it, and Marimekko now making a right turn. We'll go to a departing 737 on runway 10 left. Familiar sound of a Cessna 207 Grand Caravan, or 208 Grand Caravan, arriving behind us. That's Southern Airways Express. So we go to an American A321 landing 9 center. You can see a few aircraft lined up here. I'll give you a little bit of information on those aircraft, where they came from, and when. Those 4 aircraft in the front, or all the way to the left, you have Envoy Air Flight 3598, an Embraer 175 that arrived 14 minutes ago from Bentonville, Arkansas. Then you have Republic Airways, an Embraer 175 Flight 4583 that arrived from Memphis, Tennessee 16 minutes ago. Then you have Envoy Air Flight 3578, an Embraer 175 long range that arrived from Tulsa, Oklahoma 17 minutes ago. And lastly, all the way on the right, you have Envoy Air Flight 3501, an Embraer 175 long range that arrived from Little Rock, Arkansas 21 minutes ago. We'll go to a aircraft turning onto runway 10 left, about to depart to Barcelona. There's American Airlines Flight 40, a 787-8 Dreamliner registered November 885 Bravo Papa.
Yelan's right, no more 10 center arrivals for now, but I'm sure we'll open it up as the sun goes down. Just taking a little break. We've got great visibility here at O'Hare, so no worries there.
There's that American 787. Now on its way to Barcelona as we go to a United 757 that arrived a few moments ago. Here, a 787 departing. Looks like it's departing 9 right.
We do have a few questions in the chat. Brendan asking, what terminal is Southwest Airlines? Southwest is 5. Thank you, Mark, for that response. Yeah, Southwest is currently into the international terminal. We've got Coaster Boy, hi from New Zealand. First time seeing this stream. Nice, very good work. Thank you. Appreciate the positivity. Glad to hear that you're enjoying it. And thank you for tuning in from New Zealand. That's incredible. Glad to have such a broad international audience. And yes, ORD's website does have the information about arrivals. Again, thank you all for joining us, all 102 of you currently tuned in as the sun goes down and we move into the golden hour transition period with some beautiful spotting action coming to your screens in the next hour and a half, all the way through sunset and into blue hour after the sun has gone down.
Here, another 787 spooling up. This aircraft headed off to Brussels, Belgium. Excuse me, this one headed off to Amsterdam. 787 already making its turn toward Amsterdam.
Excuse me, I just wanted to say I really love your live stream.
Oh, thank you.
I don't know if you saw me, but I was in the chat earlier.
Oh, sweet. Let me see here.
Yeah, we subscribed to you.
Thank you. Let's see.
Your life streams are also nice.
Well, that was super nice. A couple people spotting next to us just subscribed. Thank you guys so much. I really appreciate it as we're going to a incredibly smoky 767 departure. Camera doesn't want to focus, but we'll go to the Purdue University livery of Southern Airways Express Cessna 208 Grand Caravan.
That's right, Garrett. They found us. I'm glad that we've got some loyal viewers here at XLRS Aviation. That's awesome. That may be one of the first few times that we've had a viewer come up and introduce themselves to us. That's pretty awesome.
Going to a United 737-700. This aircraft arrived a few moments ago from Charlotte, North Carolina. Registered November 17730, the 737-700 delivered 25 years ago, new to United in July of 1999. Again, arrived in from Charlotte Douglas International Airport in North Carolina. Looking at some heavies, I believe we have a heavy we might be able to look for in a few minutes. It should be overflying the field. Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a 777-300ER arriving in from Istanbul, Turkey. That aircraft should be arriving in just about 10 minutes. You see next to that 737, the Southern Airways Express Cessna 208 Grand Caravan idling there next to a United Airlines, a United GoJet Mitsubishi CRJ 550. Going to 9 Center, we have a 757 arriving. Look at a beautiful golden hour light on this American 737. You can still see now 5 aircraft waiting. Someone who was talking about the traffic jam, that's indeed what it looks like now. There's now 5 aircraft waiting there and a couple others in different locations for their gates. If we look over, we got a beautiful view of the sunset up here. Some planes there. Sun just above it. 737 making some noise as it's just gotten taxi clearance. Got a Air Wisconsin retro livery CRJ 200 that arrived just a few moments ago. We're just taxiing on taxiway Papa.
And just in case any of you are looking forward already to the next week, we have just published the broadcast link for next week. If you do head over to XLRS Aviation and you head over to the live section, you will see that scheduled broadcast for next Friday. Feel free to set a reminder and like that stream ahead of time so you make sure to return to it tomorrow next Friday when we are live for our next happy hour broadcast.
Going over to a couple of other aircraft that are awaiting gates.
Looking through the comments, we've got Daniel saying, "Hi, XLRS Aviation." Hello, Daniel. Thank you for joining us. Joe, I'm going to have Ryder address that question in just a little bit, but yes, those runways are often used, particularly for the smaller regional aircrafts, to my knowledge, so not quite as prevalent for the heavies, but yes, those are used, especially at times like this where we've got, well, actually not right now, but typically when we have 3 runways open, for sure. Major airports are really a city unto themselves, fascinating to watch. Yes, right. It is quite packed with action here at O'Hare. Never any shortage, especially here at XLRS Aviation Live. But yeah, as Ryder was talking about earlier, O'Hare is actually part of multiple different areas and municipalities. So lots and lots of action going on here at O'Hare. Let's see, looking ahead, we do have our Turkish Airlines 777. That should be arriving in just about 8 minutes. That one, flight time of about 10 hours and 18 minutes. Should be arriving shortly. Lots and lots of aircraft action out on the tarmac. It's hard to even demonstrate and show to all of you what's going on out on the tarmac right now, but lots of crowding. If you do have Flight Radar 24, you know exactly what I mean, especially over at the American Airlines terminal. We are going to have an influx of departures in the next few minutes here at O'Hare International Airport. We do also have a good handful of aircrafts currently waiting in the penalty box here at O'Hare International Airport. Cookie Knoll saying hello, just found you, love it. Thank you for joining us. I'm glad you are enjoying our content and this broadcast today. Thank you for joining us. Always appreciate it to have some new viewers tuning in, and of course be sure to turn on those notifications after subscribing so that you are always made aware of our future broadcasts. As I did mention, I've just scheduled the broadcast for next Friday, our next happy hour. So if you do want to take a quick second to go quickly leave this broadcast and head over to that one to make sure you set a reminder for next week, feel free to do that. Love to have as many of you tuning into that one next week as possible as we continue bringing you all live content every Friday this summer. Again, not too much going on at the moment, but we're just waiting for some active departures. Got some arrivals up on the north side of the airport that we are going to capture for you all in just a moment here. Currently just working through a few details for next week's stream, enabling a few features real quick. Again, just a reminder, we do have super chats enabled on this broadcast. If you do feel inclined to send as little as $1 through either a super chat or a super sticker, we'd greatly appreciate the support. We'll throw up a little graphic on the screen for you with some brand new music that we've just imported into the system. Mark asking, where is the penalty box at ORD? Well, it's, what's the best way to describe this? It's on the west side of the airport, and just about the middle. There's a little bit of a lake here at O'Hare. I don't even know, that's a generous way to put it, a small body of water. And the penalty box is just west of that. So I guess the best way to put this in perspective is tower over here is just north of us, and then you pretty much directly pan to the west. And that there is your penalty box on the screen right now. So there you go, Mark. That hopefully should help answer your question. This is where we've got lone aircrafts and where the aircrafts de-ice when it is during the winter's time, and gotta figure that all out, you know. Let's see what else is going on currently. Up on the north side, we've got some smaller arrivals, United Express, E175. I'll try to capture that one real quick for all of you. Sun is starting to head down, getting ready to capture some beautiful sunset action here at O'Hare for all of you in just a few moments. That Embraer right there, just an hour and 22-minute flight time from Roanoke. Let's take a look at the city as the sun begins to set here in Chicago, and we head further into that golden hour period. There we go. Now, Ryder, I do have a quick question for you, rolling in from the comments.
All right.
We've got Joe asking, looking overhead view at O'Hare, can you speak to the use of 10R, 9 left, 4 right, 4 left for smaller planes used often?
So with 10 right and 9 left, 10 right is used very often. Well, 10 right and 9 left are definitely for regional and smaller aircraft, though we have seen sometimes where a 7.5, a 7.6, or even 777 will land on those runways if it's lightly loaded. For example, the FedEx 767 will land on runway 10 right, oftentimes in busy situations. For 9 left, it's also used for lighter aircraft or aircraft so they don't have to fly any further to make their way down here to 10 center, or if they're coming on the opposite side for 28 center, they can use 27 right. For 4 right and 4 left, 4 right Yes, 4 right is 22 left, and that runway is sometimes used for arrivals only in extreme crosswind conditions. Otherwise, they will land runway 10 center and 10 right. So 4 right, I've only seen it used once in the last 4 to 5 years, so it's very few and far between, very rare to use that runway. And 4 left is not safe to use for landing. Sometimes they will land runway 22 right, or 22 left and 22 right for the Chicago Air and Water Show. They will use 22 right and left, but I don't know the last time that they used 4 left as a landing runway, because you have to land over so much of the airfield and there's a chance of hitting things, and they don't want that risk. I answered this one, but
Hey, just in case, let's have Ryder give a go at this one as well.
so the penalty box at O'Hare is for when an aircraft arrives early and needs to park in a certain place. And it's kind of funny, the name of it, the word penalty in there. The aircraft or the airline itself has done nothing wrong, but it's simply used for when aircraft arrive or depart their gate, or they arrive and don't have a gate to get to, or they depart their gate and cannot depart yet due to some sort of delay. And the place where we're standing here on the southwest hill, there are plans to make this into another penalty box for O'Hare, which would be very unfortunate to any plane spotters and aircraft enthusiasts, since this is really the best viewpoint of O'Hare. That's also the most convenient to get to. But yeah, that is something in the plans, and the penalty box is usually used for aircraft that arrive and don't have a gate, or that are to depart and are not ready for their departure slot yet. Going to United 767, departing 9 right.
Daniel asking, where is 10 Center? 10 Center is the runway that we are currently stationed at, where the arrivals into O'Hare are here at the airport that we will be capturing, currently inactive. And Bryant saying hello. Thank you for joining us, Bryant. And we appreciate you tuning into XLRS Live. Check out that smoke on that departure right there. So much for that net zero that United brags about. Isn't that right? Joe says, really appreciate the answer. Was really curious about 4 right and 4 left with their location and being direction. Thank you. Well, you guys can thank Ryder for that one. The aviation enthusiast over here. Again, quite a smoky departure you guys are currently viewing.
If you guys are looking for a smoky departure, tune into XLRS Aviation. We will be premiering a video following the departure of the U.S. Air Force B-52 nicknamed Buff, that will be departing from Oshkosh in the mid to late morning on Sunday. So if you tune in to XLRS around that time, the smoke will probably be about 3 or 4 times as much, seeing as the Buff B-52 uses 8 of the engines previously used on the 707. The 707 used low bypass turbofan engines, essentially meaning that lots of air was burned and there wasn't a lot of bleed air. A lot of the engines that you see today on the Airbus A220, on the 320neo's new engine option, those aircraft engines are a lot larger, and that's to allow for more bleed air. So less air that comes into the engine is actually being used to combust, and it makes the aircraft much more fuel efficient, which saves airlines money, which is very important to them. And a little bit of information about that 767 that you saw a minute ago that was very smoky. First off, it departed 4 hours late. It was supposed to depart at 3:45. Aircraft 30 years of age, headed to London Heathrow in the United Kingdom. Registered November 663 Uniform Alpha, delivered 30 years ago to United in August of 1993. Well, as much as, you know, that aircraft is very smoky, and also the B-52 and other aircraft that are used around the world are very smoky, it does save money in the end, because these aircraft or these airlines don't need to buy new aircraft as often. So that's something that benefits them. Coming over to a couple arrivals. Number 2 arrival coming into runway 9 center, just to our north, will be Turkish Airlines Flight 5, a Boeing 777-300ER, arriving in from Istanbul, Turkey. Registered Tango Charlie Juliet Yankee. This aircraft, 9 years of age, will be arriving in just a few minutes. It's just passing under the sun right now. This should be beautiful to watch. There it is, catching up to an aircraft landing on 9 left.
We've got some of the usuals joining us here in the chat. Stu tuning in, saying hi, everyone. We've got Daniel saying hi back. And Freaky Daddy saying great video. Always odd to say that name, but, you know, we appreciate it here at XLRSAVIATION, mixing things up a little bit. Thank you for the positivity.
Nice touchdown for that Turkish Flight 5 from Istanbul, now safely on the ground at runway 9 center. You can still see one aircraft here that arrived a little while ago, that one from Charlotte, North Carolina. Go to a Swiss Boeing 777. It'll be headed off to Zurich, Switzerland.
Got a few questions in the chat. Let's see. All right, Rye. Mark, do they have simultaneous approaches often?
They do, yeah. O'Hare, on average, during their busiest time, they have 3 approaches at a time, so 3 simultaneous approaches. If you are flying in over Chicago and you're landing, for example, on runway 27 right all the way to the north, or even 27 center, you can see 1 or even 2 aircraft to your left that are arriving on the parallel approaches. And Sue Major saying hi, XLRS Aviation. And also Steve tuning in saying 2:45 a.m. here in Alicante, Spain, loving the stream. Well, thank you so very much for tuning in, Steve. We really appreciate it, and especially from abroad over in Spain. And Daniel asking, is that 10 center? Yes, if we zoom out just for a second, you can see this runway in front of us. This is 10 center. Kind of hard to see, but here is the threshold for it. Unfortunately, it's currently not in use for arrivals. I'm not sure exactly why, but it seems as if O'Hare closes this runway and uses the center runway. I assume it's for noise abatement procedures, but unfortunately they do not use it too often. Yeah, current arrivals are on 9 center, 9 left, and 10 right. They're avoiding 10 center. I don't know why. But we are catching it the best we can for each and every one of you. Now just 9 minutes away, we have Lufthansa Flight 432 and Airbus A340-300 arriving in from Frankfurt, registered Delta Alpha Indigo Golf Mike.
We're gonna head over to the penalty box in just a moment after this Swiss departure. We do have a good line of departures on their way out now here at O'Hare.
One of them including a British Airways 787.
Right there, you've got your British Airways departure.
That British Airways is going to be headed off to London as British Airways Flight 298, a 787-10 Dreamliner. Registered Golf Zulu Bravo Lima Alpha, 4 years old for this 787-10, the longest variant of the Boeing 787. Estimated flight time over to London Heathrow, less than 7 hours. 6 hours and 55 minutes is the average flight time for this flight, so not even quite enough time to sleep. Even if you did that right after takeoff, you'd probably only get maybe 5 hours maximum. This is positive, folks. We're going to get a nice view here of the Lufthansa Airbus A340 overflying the field at a 210 heading, or 216 heading. This aircraft arriving in from Frankfurt. Let's hope that they're opening runway 10 center for it. That would be incredible.
And as we do that, we also have a super chat coming in from Judith Shu, $4.99, saying so much cool aviation info. Fun show, great job, XLRS.
Thank you so much for your support. We really appreciate it. Every single dollar that we receive on this stream goes right back into the production of these streams.
Again, thank you so much for that $4.99 super chat. We appreciate all of your support for all of you just tuning in or sending super chats here at XLRS Aviation Live. Greatly appreciated. And again, thank you all for tuning in. Here comes some more aviation action to your screen as we speak. Moving into golden hour again, the time 7:49 here in Chicago. Clear skies, beautiful sun, and 77 degrees. Again, thank you so much for that super chat, and thank you all for tuning in.
As that Lufthansa overflies the field, we'll go to a departing British Airways Flight 298, a 787-10 headed to London Heathrow. Expected flight time again, just under 7 hours for this aircraft.
Following this departure, we'll pan the camera over to the penalty box where we've got our Turkish Airlines 777 currently taxiing through the penalty box and making its way to Terminal 5.
Going over to our Turkish in the penalty box, or near the de-icing pad, that is. We'll go over to a soon to depart Kaleta Air 747. Looking at that aircraft, Kaleta Air Flight 4960, as the CRJ passes in front of it, 4960, a 747-400, registered November 710 Charlie Kilo, headed to Anchorage, Alaska. 27 years of age for this aircraft. You can see that 747 with a 737 landing behind it. The sunshine is getting beautiful while that 747 waits. Let's go over and take a look at the sunset here. with a plane flying right in front of the sun right now. It's about as beautiful as it gets. It's incredibly beautiful there. Coming over, looking at our next arrival, we have American Airlines Flight 180, a 737-800, arriving in from St. Louis. Parallel approach with a CRJ. Looks like our Coletta Air might be getting cleared for takeoff. Let's take a look. Indeed she is. So let's watch this 747 depart. 27 years of age, headed Anchorage. Gonna make its left-hand bank now. And it looks like our Lufthansa Airbus A340 is going to be landing on 9 center. Even though it flew over as if it were going to land on 10 center, it's going to land on 9 center. But we should still get a good view of that. See a couple aircraft pass in front of the sun here on our parallel approaches. Also just passed over us, Polish Airlines Flight 3, arriving in from Warsaw, Poland. Runway 10 center is wide open if they'd like to land on there. Current operations having runway 9 center open.
It is also currently 7:59, which means we are just a minute short from our top of the hour recap. All right, is everybody ready for it?
Let's do it right after this Lufthansa A340. It is just number 2 on final, and then we will give you our top of the hour.
Sounds good.
That's Lufthansa A340, arriving in from Frankfurt, Germany. Departed around 8.5 hours ago. A340-300, with 3 of the same engines used on the A320. It's often deemed underpowered, as it can struggle sometimes with takeoff, but she is beautiful.
Riders currently got multiple viewers in the chat complimenting the camera work and beautiful shots.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Doing my best here to get you the most consistently stabilized action. Reversers engaged.
All right, that'll about bring us to our 8 o'clock top of the hour. Here we go, everybody. All right, everybody, you are currently watching XLRS Aviation Live. It is July 26th, 2024, 8:03 p.m. Central Standard Time, 75 degrees with quite a light breeze, not a cloud in the sky, and we might gotta keep this quick because we've got a special livery Qatar out on the tarmac right now. Anything you want to say, Rye?
Thank you so much to everyone tuning in, and I hope you stay for a little while longer of golden hour and then blue hour plane spotting.
That's right. All right, everybody, thank you for tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live.
There should be a nice roaring departure for this 777. Please take a left and depart here on 10 left. That would be absolutely incredible. Looks like this is the F1 livery.
And this livery currently on your screen, Formula One Global Partner Livery. Qatar Airlines 777 off to Doha. An absolutely beautiful shot there with the sunset lighting, providing us the perfect shot here at XLRS Aviation. Kevin Kelly saying hello from North Richland Hills, Texas. Thank you for joining us from Texas. We are currently broadcasting live here from O'Hare. Just a moment, we'll give you that beautiful sunset view as that sun goes below the horizon in just a few moments here in Chicago. But currently on your screen, we've got some aircraft taxiing out of the penalty box. All sorts of action currently here at O'Hare International Airport.
This aircraft is going to be departing Embraer 175. Most likely trying to avoid the wake turbulence of the heavy Qatar 777 that departed full length, trying to get above that glide path.
Skyplan saying lot from Warsaw is landing. We'll have to capture that one as well as show you the beautiful sunset here at O'Hare at the moment. And he's saying nice sunset. Indeed it is. We're gonna leave the camera on the sunset for just a little bit here as it dips down below the horizon and we get you that beautiful, beautiful sunset shot here at XLRS Aviation. Then we'll bring you guys back to the runway, snap back to reality, catch some more aviation action, but for a moment, let's just enjoy this beautiful, beautiful sunset here from O'Hare.
That lot just passing over the sunset view will get them arriving now. This is Lot Polish Airlines Flight 3, arriving in from Warsaw, Poland. Coming back over to the many aircraft waiting to get to their gates. You know, if they landed on 10 center, they might have gotten there quicker, but for some reason, they are using 9 center.
All right, everybody, getting the action ramped up. We're gonna give you guys just a minute here of some natural audio from O'Hare, no commentary, as we begin to take down a little bit of our equipment here at the North Hill here at O'Hare. So, give you guys some raw audio here as we have some active departures and arrivals at O'Hare International Airport.
We'll still be staying with you for a little while, just some raw audio that really can't be beat of the incredible planes here at O'Hare. We have a $2 super chat from Freak Daddy 4. Great job, guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. We really appreciate your super chat and for supporting XLRS, because every dollar that we get here, we will help support the channel for a future live stream or production. That right there that you guys are looking at is the Southwest Airlines Missouri 1 livery that arrived from Austin, Texas, just 11 minutes ago. We also have LOT Polish Airlines Flight 3 that arrived a few minutes ago. It's taxiing its way back. Currently a fair number of aircraft waiting for their gate location to open. This aircraft registered Sierra Papa Lima Romeo Charlie. You can see a couple aircraft behind it as well. United Airbus A320neo, 737-700, and a Delta Airbus A220. Those aircraft all arrived on runway 9 center and are awaiting their gates to open. Sounds like we have engines starting on a Cathay Pacific 747-8 that will be most likely departing to Anchorage in a few minutes, currently in the South Cargo Bay. Nice long convoy of aircraft coming in from runway 9 center. Unfortunately, 10 center still closed for an unknown reason, possibly noise abatement procedures. Wind's currently 110 at 6. Our next arrival on runway 9 center, a 717, the MD-95. Delta Airlines flight 1665, 717-200, arriving in from Detroit. Some people saying line up and wait for a gate. Yeah, currently there's quite a lineup of aircraft waiting to get their gates. And Daniel saying, why are they back taxiing? It looks as if they are back taxiing, but instead O'Hare has several taxiways that these aircraft are taxiing on from the runways to over to their gates. You can see some birds flying over the field here. That's not the best sign for the planes. You can see the SkyWest hangar to our north and an American 737 waiting to depart runway 9 right. Yeah, that is true. Our passengers are getting a free airside tour of O'Hare as they're making their way over to their gate. There's an American Airbus A319. As you can see, the lights to the de-icing, pad, those have now turned on. Lots of aircraft making their way back to their gates from the central runway. Yeah, I agree. A window seat would definitely be a good idea if you're coming into O'Hare at this time, to be able to get that nice airside tour around O'Hare. For example, for this CRJ 200, landed 10 minutes ago and is going to be spending much of the next 10 minutes taxiing as well. CRJ 200. Couple aircraft to look forward to. We have Iceland Air Flight 855, Foxtrot 855 arriving in 8 minutes, currently on left downwind for most likely runway 9 center. It would be very nice if they could open up runway 10 center again. Still perplexed as to why they closed it, but we're doing our best to get the action for each and every one of you. And some good news, we now have 3 heavy aircraft on the map. One of them, a Cathay Pacific Cargo Flight 3921 that's headed to most likely Anchorage. Flight radar has not given us that information yet of where it's going. And we have China Cargo Airlines, a Boeing 777 freighter. Let's go over and take a look at that Cathay Pacific to our east. Making its way out of the cargo bay. That'll be followed by the China Cargo Airlines. That China Cargo Airlines is going to be headed to Shanghai. It's flight 226 for a 777 freighter. And then also on the map we have Atlas Air flight 9176, a Boeing 747-400 headed to Anchorage. So we've got 3 heavy aircraft coming now. There's the Cathay Pacific Cargo. Looks as if runway 10 left for departures from a few minutes ago is not being used. Hopefully Cathay Pacific can taxi down here and then turn and make a full-length takeoff. That would be nice. That would be very nice. You can see him taxiing all the way down there on Papa. Still unknown where that aircraft still unknown. I feel like that aircraft will most likely be headed either to Anchorage or it could be heading to Hong Kong as well. Still unknown. I feel like that aircraft will most likely be headed either to Anchorage or it could be heading to Hong Kong as well. Currently 81 of you still tuned in. We appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in. The China Cargo Airlines now out of the cargo area. And that aircraft will also be coming down. It's that Cathay Pacific Cargo. Get both of them in view here. Cathay Pacific Cargo 747-8, the newest and longest version and largest version of the 747. This one is 747-867F for Foxtrot. Registered Bravo, Lima, Juliet Foxtrot. 12 years old for this 747. Still unknown where it's going to be headed off to. And then that China Cargo Airlines 777 freighter behind it. That aircraft will be headed off to Shanghai. It's registered Bravo 221 Whiskey, B221W, 2 years of age for that aircraft. Headed 6,130 nautical miles over to Shanghai. Expected flight time of 14 and a half hours, so quite a long flight for that one there. Coming over to some other aircraft that arrived, and we can go to an arriving FedEx Boeing 767. That one will be coming in from Minneapolis, Minnesota. Flight 798, a 767-300 freighter registered November 156 Foxtrot Echo. Just about to arrive on runway 9 center. As that FedEx touches down, you can see a Royal Jordanian 787, the 747 here, coming all the way down to the end, hoping that it turns right and takes off on runway 10 left. Yes, looks like it's gonna turn right and depart runway 10 left at full length. This should be a beautiful departure, folks. As that 747 leaves the airfield, we have the Boeing 777 now headed to Shanghai. Landing light on. She's now clear for takeoff. Beautiful departure for that 777. Coming back over. Let's see what we can see.
Just a reminder, we do have super chats enabled on this broadcast. As we do begin heading into some of our final hours of this broadcast, we would greatly appreciate any support from any of you. You can send as little as $1 through the super chat via a super sticker. We would greatly appreciate it, and we will roll that money directly back into the production of all this content. Another reminder as well, we do have next week's broadcast already set up. So if you do want to make sure to set that reminder to make sure you'll be here next Friday, go ahead and feel free to do that. Just head over to the live tab on our YouTube channel and you will see next week's broadcast ready to go.
Sue Major making a couple comments saying the runway lights are nice. Okay, ready, set, go, and cargo. As you can see, an Eva Air 777 that just arrived on runway 9 center.
We do also have a 7-4 on the way out of this south cargo hold here at O'Hare, getting ready to depart shortly.
I can hear that FedEx 767 that arrived a few moments ago that should be taxiing right in front of us. Going back, let's
also see up on the north side a 7-4 departure. This one China Airlines cargo, off to Anchorage. That one has just left the north cargo bay, so plenty of heavy action up on the north and south side of the airport. Hopefully we'll catch some of those departures for all of you shortly, and they may even do full departures for us, meaning that we'll get a beautiful shot down here on the west side of the runway.
And also some information about that Cathay Pacific, that first 747, or that first cargo aircraft you saw departing. That was indeed going to Hong Kong, so 16 and a half hours is the flight time for that aircraft. Let's listen to these CF6 engines, pretty loud on this FedEx 767. It'll taxi right next to us before going into Southwest cargo. You can also see a cargo Lux in the background of that 767. Again, this aircraft arrived from Minneapolis a few moments ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to announce a super chat. Thank you very much. A super sticker, $1.99 super sticker. Thank you very much for your contribution. We really appreciate it.
Again, thank you once again, Lance, for your $1.99 super chat. We greatly appreciate it here at XLRS Aviation Live. '76 will turn right, I believe on Bravo Bravo, before turning into the Southwest cargo. Again, that aircraft coming in from Minneapolis, Minnesota.
See the Chicago skyline in the background as this aircraft turns left into its parking bay. Still awaiting movement on Atlas Air Flight 9176 headed to Anchorage. That aircraft now outside of the cargo bay. Now also we have Emirates Flight 236, a Boeing 777-300ER that'll be headed off to Dubai. Let's hope for a full-length 10 left departure. It's a great shot of the Willis former Sears Tower, sporting what looks to be maybe USA colors, commemorating the start of the Olympics. You can see a great shot there as we have our Emirates moving. The engine shutting down on that FedEx Flight 798 coming in from Minneapolis. And still awaiting movement on Atlas Air Flight 9176, a 747-400. That'll be headed off to Anchorage, 747-412 freighter. Also, this is positive. Coming down toward us, we have Cargo Lux Flight 6426 headed to Luxembourg. We are hoping that this aircraft comes down and departs full length on runway 10 left. He's passed a runway 9 right to be able to depart on, so we're hoping that he departs over here. Still got 90 of you tuned in here to XLRS as we're going to go to a heavy 787 arriving in from Dallas Fort Worth, American Airlines Flight 307.
Still catching the tail end of that sunset there with some beautiful pink hues up in the sky over on the west side of the airport.
Coming over, we have our Luxembourg Cargo Lux 747 departing to Luxembourg, hoping for a full-length 10 left departure. Fun fact about runway 10 left is the longest runway at O'Hare, measuring 13,000 feet, and I believe it's also one of the oldest runways here. This runway, if any of you remember from years ago, O'Hare used to have a runway configuration that included intersecting runways, runway 14 left, 14 right, and on the opposite sides, 32 left and 32 right. Those runways have since been torn down, with some of the taxiways still resembling them, so there's still some of the runway left for those that reminisce about it. And really until maybe 2017, 16, 17, O'Hare demolished parts of runway 1432 and such, and built several other runways. Now they have upwards of 8, because you have 10 right, 10 center, 10 left, 9 right, 9 center, 9 left, and then 2-2 left and 2-2 right. So that is 6, 8. So that is 8 total runways. I believe we either have the same amount or the most runways of any airport here in the U.S. that is. Also, some of the longest runways. Denver has a set of 16,000 foot runways, but I wouldn't necessarily count those too much longer than our 13,000 foot runway 10 left, 28 right. And that's simply because Denver, known as the Mile High City, is at approximately 5,000 to 6,000 feet above sea level, so the aircraft behave a lot higher. They're much higher in the air due to density altitude. Got a good amount of noise coming from Cargo Lux here. Cargo Lux Flight 6426 headed to Luxembourg, a 747-8. 11 years of age, registered Lima X-Ray Victor Charlie Hotel. Expecting a full-length 10 left departure, so let's listen for these powerful GEnx engines on this 747. Very interesting. Cargo Lux making a right turn. Normally we see a left turn, but that's most likely because of the aircraft departing at runway 9 right. Let's see if we have a visual down there. Yep, you can, no, you can't quite see it yet. All right, let's say we're still waiting to get moving to be able to depart. Hopefully a full-length 10 left departure for that Atlas Air flight that'll be going to Anchorage. And what you're viewing right now is EVA Air flight 056 that just came in from Taipei, Taiwan, landed on runway 9 center 12 minutes ago, now taxiing to Terminal 5.
We're currently just 5 minutes out from yet again another top of the hour briefing. It is currently 8:56 p.m. here in Chicago. So stay tuned for our top of the hour briefing in just a few minutes.
One positive thing to look forward to, now on the map we have FedEx Flight 1205 headed to Memphis. That's a 767 we saw arrive a little while ago. It'll be departing in a few minutes over to Memphis. Pilot LAS saying Delta used to have a nonstop flight from Portland to Tokyo. Also, they're getting rid of a flight to Amsterdam, and KLM is replacing it. Yeah, there has been a lot of talk about Delta's transatlantic and trans-Pacific routes, and specifically them reducing those, which has received some negative feedback from some people, but Delta has responded saying that they're trying to expand more of their domestic route and more into Central and South America. So I wish I had a more positive answer, but that's what Delta's doing currently.
Also, in terms of Southwest, not sure how many of you are aware of this, but Southwest has actually ended its long-standing open seating policy. You will now have to pay for standard seating and choose your seat. You must pay extra money to choose your seat. So they will no longer be doing that open seating that they used to do, unfortunately.
if I remember correctly, the last time we flew on one of XLRS flew on Southwest, we were in B57, which, mind you, it goes A1 to 75, and then I believe it goes to B60. So that might make it a little bit better if you have an assigned seat, but hopefully the prices aren't that expensive to be able to switch your seat.
LIS also saying, nice stream. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. We're glad you're joining us tonight here at XLRS Aviation Live. And thank you all to the 80 of you still tuned in right now for some night spotting here at oh my goodness, I almost said this. O'Hare International Airport. We did make friends with Kevin and Rudy last time that we broadcasted, which was last Friday. For those of you that are unfamiliar, Airline Videos Live also puts on a fantastic broadcast over at Los Angeles Airport. Again, just a moment away, we are about to do our top of the hour, everybody.
We are hoping that this Atlas Air comes down and makes a 10 left departure. If it moves on to do a 9 right departure, we will do the top of the hour most likely before it takes off, but if it looks like it's taxiing currently at 21 knots, so they should be departing runway 10 left and heading off to Anchorage. This aircraft 28 years of age, and right after that we will give you our top of the hour getting into the 9 o'clock hour this evening.
Robert Miner saying at XLRS, hello. Thank you for joining us, Robert. Appreciate your support. Thank you for tuning in. Glad to have you here today.
So you can hear this 747 originally delivered as a freighter to Atlas Air 28 years ago in August of 1995. So it'll turn 29 next month. Registered in November 489 Mike Charlie. This aircraft will be departing to Anchorage for an average flight time of 5 hours and 20 minutes.
Pilot LAS saying, I will be going to O'Hare next Friday. Let us know when you are stopping by. We may be broadcasting at the time you are here, which would be pretty sweet.
Yeah, feel free to come on up, enjoy some plane spotting, share the love of aviation with some other aviation enthusiasts.
Robert currently joining us from California. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, this Atlas Air just turned off its most of its exterior lighting. It's going incognito now, trying to stay under the radar, which is not quite possible here at O'Hare. But looks like it is. I assume they might be doing calculations to see if they need a full length. Well, now they're moving. Let's see if they need a full length 10 left departure. Crossing our fingers, hoping that they do depart 10 left. Looks like they might not be departing full length, but even if they do, we'll get some fantastic sound from those 4 CF6 engines. Again, this aircraft 28 years of age. Rolled off the production line in July of 1995, right before Toy Story came out. I think Toy Story came out in October of that year, so just before, for any of you who are Toy Story fans out there. Looks like he might be crossing 10 left. Let's hope he turns around to depart full length. Otherwise, he'll just depart from there and we'll still get some good sound.
For those of you unaware, we are currently streaming in HD. Feel free to upgrade those settings. You just click the little settings icon, choose your streaming settings or your actual settings up in the top right corner. You're going to choose 720p for your streaming quality. That'll give you the optimal viewing experience from home. Robert says, at XLRS, Missouri 1 is here.
It is. We saw it a few moments ago when we still had some light. I'm hoping that it departs in front of us. It seems as if the entire southern portion of the airport, the runways are closed. That's possibly for noise abatement procedures. It is unfortunate that we're not closest to the action, but still stay on and tune in any of your friends, because we've got a nice zoom lens and we're doing our best to capture this action. Atlas Air is probably a mile north of us, and we've got a fantastic view of it still.
All right, Rye, what do we think about doing a top of the hour?
I like that idea. Let's go ahead and do our top of the hour, getting into the 9 o'clock hour here on XLRS Happy Hour Live.
Well, everybody, you are currently watching live video streaming from O'Hare International Airport on XLRS Aviation Live. Today is July 26th, 2024. It is 9:04 p.m., 73 degrees, light winds, and a clear sky. It's a beautiful night to be spotting. You are currently being hosted by Xavier and the one, the only Ryder over here. It's got all the aviation knowledge. Again, you are watching live coverage with commentary from Chicago's O'Hare International Airport. Ryder, got anything to say?
Thank you guys for still tuning in and taking your Friday night to enjoy some aviation action here at O'Hare International Airport.
That's right. Thank you all for tuning in. Again, we do have those super chats enabled in the bottom right corner of your screen. You'll see that little dollar icon. Feel free to send as little as 99 cents. We'd greatly appreciate it and roll that directly back into the continuous production of these broadcasts. Again, thank you all so much for joining us. Feel free to ask as many questions as you'd like in the chat. Let us know where are you watching from, who are you with, and of course, feel free to share the stream with anybody that you think may enjoy it. One last final reminder, we have enabled the live stream link for next Friday's broadcast. So if you are heading out as it gets later into the evening, feel free to head over to that broadcast, set your reminder so that you are always aware of when we are live here from O'Hare. Again, thank you all for tuning into XLRS Aviation Live. Let's continue some spotting action.
All right, so starting off the 9 o'clock hour, a couple aircraft that'll be arriving soon, just on a right downwind currently to the south of the airport. We have Delta Airlines Flight 1139, a 757-200 arriving in from Atlanta. His aircraft registered number 6710 Echo, 23 years of age, hoping that aircraft comes to 9 center, with that being the only runway open currently. As you can see, we're getting some night action. You see some blues, some taxiway lights there. You can see taxiway and runway lights. That black just on the sort of middle left of your screen, you see 10C. That is a taxiway light and runway light, letting you know that you are on runway 10. A couple information also. Those blue lights that you see, those are the indications of the edge of the taxiway. So anywhere you see a blue light is the edge of the taxiway. If you go to the right or to the left outside of those, you will find yourself in the grass most likely. Also, you can see this light that looks a little bit like a railroad crossing. That is in front of any active runway. So you can see those lights go back and forth to alert any of the pilots coming toward that area there, known as the hold short line, that you should not approach that runway or go onto that runway unless you have proper clearance or prior clearance from the tower to do so. See a couple aircraft taxiing over here. United Airlines 737 and an Embraer 175, most likely operated by Delta Connection, SkyWest. Current departures, current arrivals are on runway 9 center, with departures on 22 left and 9 right. If you look over to our right, we have a fantastic view of the city of Chicago. You see the former Sears, now Willis Tower, sporting the USA colors, supporting the United States as the Olympics began today. If any of you guys like the Olympics, go ahead, let us know what your favorite sport is in the Olympics, currently going on in Paris, France. One fun fact about the Olympics this year is they are not allowing any aircraft within an 80-mile radius. Trying to show we have a little USA flag. We have a little USA flag commemorating the Olympics. Doing our best to focus on it.
There you go, guys. There you go.
And we've also got a fantastic view. You can see, yes, the Willis Sears Tower. John Hancock Water Tower. Lots of great buildings down there. The Chicago skyline, quite remarkable for its skyscrapers. Fun fact also about the Willis Tower, it's over 1,100 feet in height. So stretching high. If you're flying over it, you gotta be dump truck driver having a little fun getting through those gears. About the Willis Tower, whenever you're flying an airplane, whether general aviation or commercial aviation, you must be 1,000 feet over congested areas, and that would mean that you'd need to be at least 2,225 feet, which would be 1,000 feet over the highest obstacle, being a congested Willis Tower.
Just now on the map here in the South Cargo Bay, we've got the 7-4 Atlas Air off to Hong Kong. That one should be departing the South Cargo Hold in just a few moments now, hopefully for a full-length departure here at O'Hare. Got a few comments. Anything Olympics I love. Absolutely, we're here to support it.
Good to hear.
All over the world. Again, giving you all a beautiful view of the Chicago skyline here. I'm gonna zoom in a little bit here on the Sears Tower. The real ones know that's the name of it. Got our FedEx cargo hold as well as the Chicago skyline in the background here for all of you.
Yeah, you got a great view of two 767s we saw arrive, or one that we saw arrive. We've seen 3 tonight, and also started the show off within the first hour of our show with the FedEx MD-11 that arrived in from Memphis. Zooming in, we got some O'Hare ground vehicles also. Illinois rail enthusiasts tuning in from Myrtle Beach. Thank you very much for tuning in to XLRS. We really appreciate it. Zooming all the way in, we have a departing aircraft on runway 9 right. Looks to be a United 757, possibly a 200 variant.
Do have some lights also on the Hilton Tower here at O'Hare. All sorts of different fluorescent lighting there.
Yeah, fun fact, you have that tower on your right. That is one of O'Hare's main towers. Because O'Hare is so large and their buildings are so tall, they have a south tower to deal with the south operations. Their main tower there in the center deals, since it has a 360-degree view, it deals with any of the operations around it. So more of the centralized runways, or runways that are close to that tower. And then we also have the north tower that mostly deals with 9 left or 27 right, all the way to the north of the airport. And that's just because the airport is so vast. There's just not enough room for each of the towers to see all the planes, so they have to have 3 of them. And then that smaller tower to your left, that is known as a ramp tower. So that's the tower specifically used to talk to any of the aircraft that are at their gates and to the ground agents. Usually a ramp tower will talk with the planes, you know, they'll ask for catering and communicate back and forth about when an aircraft is ready to push back and if the ground crews are ready for that pushback.
A few moments up on the north side of the airport, we will be getting a 777 China Southern Cargo departing.
Just departing, coming up in the air there, we have China Airlines Cargo 747 departing off to Anchorage. Got a couple aircraft that arrived a few moments ago, taxiing their way over, and it looks like our Atlas Air 747 we saw a few minutes ago, that aircraft will be headed off to, let's see, Anchorage, Alaska, now lined up and waiting on runway 9 right for departure with a hefty line of about 25 aircraft behind it, 15 to 20. That aircraft, again, 28 years of age, will be departing to Anchorage, Alaska any moment now. Doesn't quite have its landing light on yet. So, oh, there we go, landing light on, so we must be clear for takeoff. Should be able to hear it from here, 28 years old. Now, climbing out of O'Hare, we'll most likely be making a left turn pretty soon here to make its way over to Anchorage, Alaska. Estimated flight time of about 5.5 hours for this 28-year-old 747-400.
Cookie Noll saying, I live in Wisconsin near the EAA and I've been watching planes fly over all week. So much fun. That's right. Ryder will be up there tomorrow to capture all sorts of content for all of you guys up at Oshkosh. Isn't that right, Rye?
That is true, yeah. Make sure you tune in, subscribe to XLRS. We will have lots of videos from Oshkosh. We just finished uploading. If you want to see some action from last year, we have a playlist on the channel, and also if you look on our channel, we have several videos, everything from a JARS Pilatus PC-6 with some skydivers and parachuters all the way up to the massive Lockheed C5 Galaxy that departed Sunday morning. In replacement of the C5 Galaxy, this year they have the B-52 Stratofortress bomber, built in the 60s with 8 low bypass turbofan engines that should look a little bit like a steam engine, but meaning very smoky. It'll be departing Sunday morning. Should be a lot of incredible action from F-22 flyovers, pulling upwards of 9 Gs all around. So please, if you are into some Oshkosh stuff, if you're up in Wisconsin and you'd like to see some Oshkosh footage over the next couple days and weeks, go ahead and subscribe and check into the channel. and we'll be sure to upgrade some incredible 4K footage of the talents, just incredible talents of those pilots.
Big Daddy 4 saying killer bird sounds in the background. That's right. We've got lots of birds out, both on the tarmac and out here. We got the big metal ones and we got the chirpy ones out here. Yeah, as it gets later into the night, we do have all sorts of bird sounds here at this viewing point. Kind of almost anywhere that we go, we'll capture some of that audio. It's interesting because it doesn't seem as relevant midday, but they definitely start getting louder and louder as we move into the evening and throughout sunset.
So we come look over at our departure line for runway 9 center. It's kind of hard to see. You can see behind the SkyWest hangar, or behind this plane is the SkyWest hangar. You can see one turning onto the runway now. That aircraft is Envoy Air Flight 3500 and Embraer 170 standard. That aircraft now rolling down runway 9 right, headed to Oklahoma City as we hear the engines starting up on a FedEx 767 that's just been pulled out of the Southwest Cargo Bay. Starting up its engines, the 767-300 will head over to Memphis. Will most likely be departing runway 9 right as the O'Hare pattern is departing runway 9 right and 22 left. Still awaiting the engines to start and the taxiing to begin for Atlas Air Flight 9163, a 747-8 headed over to Hong Kong. This one registered November 860 Golf Tango, excuse me. One of the last aircraft to be delivered to Atlas Air in the form of a 747. The last one was 863 Golf Tango, and that one has the Apex Logistics decal on the right side. And also you have the Kuehne+Nagel, which is 862 Golf Tango. That one, all of those were delivered in 2022, and that was the end of the 747 production with
All right.
Should I close this one again?
All right, some good news. We have the Atlas Air 747-8 headed over to Hong Kong. That aircraft now making its way out of South Cargo and out of Southwest Cargo. We have FedEx Flight 1205, a 767-300ER. That aircraft about to depart, or at least make its way to taxi to depart, most likely on runway 9 right. Again, we cannot explain to you why runway 10 center, 10 right, and 10 left are closed. It's most likely for noise abatement procedures enforced by the airport and by the FAA in late 2021. There were new noise abatement procedures for residents in Bensonville and in Elk Grove Village, as well as in Chicago, or O'Hare, Chicago as they call it, east of O'Hare, and in Des Plaines. So noise abatement procedures in place means the aircraft are a little bit further from us, but we can still get some good shots of them, and we have some incredible taxi shots and already just an incredible line of planes from today's stream. And if any of you guys missed a part of the stream, or you didn't get the MD-11 coming in, or didn't get the beginning part, then whenever the stream is over, or even now, you can go back and watch some of the replay. We have all of this footage being recorded and It will be available for you on YouTube if you'd like to rewatch it, re-listen to those incredible sounds, and watch some metal birds while listening to some real birds. Looks like our Atlas Air FedEx, you're taking too long. We're going over to our Atlas Air that just came out. We watched him arrive, or her arrive. We watched this aircraft arrive just a few hours ago on the stream. It's gonna be headed off to Hong Kong. Estimated flight time of 17 hours to get to Hong Kong. That is a long time. So that aircraft is gonna taxi down Papa. We'd really love a full-length 10 left departure. That would be something fantastic. The pattern is just not having that right now, but we will get a good shot of this aircraft taxiing. We'll also get the FedEx taxiing and keep the action going for all of you. That Atlas currently taxiing at 15 knots. Judy Shu commenting, 17 hours in the air on one long leg is simply incredible. It is. I mean, the fact that it's essentially halfway around the world that this aircraft is flying, because if you flew another 17 hours, then you'd be in maybe Bermuda. So, yeah, I mean, the fact that one aircraft on one tank of fuel can fly 17 hours and almost 8,000 miles, and still there's a flight from not too long ago. Qantas was operating from London to Brisbane for different maintenance needs, flew 10,100 miles and took 19 and a half hours. And still, Qantas is planning a flight from, well, they were planning one in 2019 from Perth, Australia to O'Hare that was going to take an estimated 22 hours on their brand new Airbus A350-1000s, which are now not even being delivered for another year. So those were even expected to be done in 2020 and the service to begin in 2021, but unfortunately, due to COVID, among many other things in the last few years, those flights did not happen. But they are still planning a flight from Perth to New York, but unfortunately not to Chicago. FedEx crew still most likely running through checklists. They don't have any of their taxi lights on. They probably haven't called ground yet, but we still have our Atlas 747. They've definitely been talking with ground, and they're making their way most likely over to 9 right for a departure, though we would love a 10 left departure full length, because going to Hong Kong, you're going to need a lot of runway. So why use an 8,000 foot runway or 9,000 foot runway when you could use 10 left, which is 13,000 feet? I'd hope the tower would hear this and give them clearance on 10 left. That'd be really nice. A couple people saying hi in the comments. Hello, hi. Thank you so much for tuning in to XLRS Aviation here. Some incredible nighttime footage. Currently on your screen, you have Atlas Air Flight 9163 headed to Hong Kong, a 747-8, registered November 860 Golf Tango. This aircraft expected to be in the air for upwards of 17 hours. That aircraft taxiing, and now we can hear taxi lights on. Already talked with ground and got their ground taxi clearance. FedEx with those CF6 engines getting their way out of the southwest cargo bay. Come on, Atlas, we'd love a 10 left departure. That would be fantastic. Atlas Air going incognito with a basic taxi light, and at least they have light on the tail. Some of the airlines, FedEx is opting for no light on their tail currently. I'm sure there's an option that you can choose to turn your tail light on or off, but when I'm a pilot, you'll always see the tail light on, because why not be able to identify the plane?
Getting this departure off to Hong Kong.
He's waiting. Sounds, of course he's holding short because you're not allowed to cross a runway. You're supposed to stay at the hold short line until you've gotten clearance to cross and or take off from that runway. But sounds like he is waiting for clearance. There's a chance that FedEx might take off in front of him. That would be great.
That Atlas may be incognito, but you know who isn't? These two goofballs under a big ol' light. I've got a big ol' orange jacket on, making sure my presence is known. And also that I'm not a security threat, of course.
We are the only streamers here at O'Hare, so why not be seen? Cold beans, brother. We've got this Atlas here, and we also have a heavy China Southern Cargo 777 in just about 20 minutes. So we are going to keep the stream going and see what we can catch before that heavy. And that could start with Cargo Lux. We have the FedEx flight 1205 that just taxied away. We currently have the camera on Atlas Air flight 9163 that's awaiting clearance, hopefully to take off on 10 left. They've been waiting for a little bit. You'd think that they're burning too much fuel to really be hanging out there too much longer. A couple other aircraft that we might want to see. We have American Airlines flight 46 in the background to our north. That one will be headed off.
Just a reminder, we do have super chats enabled. If you want to send as little as 99 cents, go ahead and send that through the chat. We'll throw your super chat up on the screen. If you got any questions, happy to answer those. But yeah, we do have super chats enabled, so feel free to send just as little as 99 cents. We would greatly appreciate it, and we'll roll that right back into the production of these live streams. Again, we're live every Friday this summer, so next one is already up on our live page. If you're heading out, feel free to go over and set your reminder for that broadcast so you don't miss it. And of course, if you're enjoying XLRS Aviation, feel free to subscribe and turn on those notifications so you never miss a stream in the future. Your phone will automatically notify you anytime that we go live.
So that Atlas Air still waiting for clearance. Most likely going to depart 10 left. We'll go over. We have American Airlines Flight 46. We'll be departing in a few minutes. See a couple lights of aircraft that have landed. You can see the American tail just behind the 727 over there.
Also up on the north side of the airport, we've got a 7-4 soon to depart up north. That one a cargo Lux. We've got quite the backup going on up on the north side, heading into the penalty box. All sorts of departures. And again, that Atlas Air off to Hong Kong, still not moving yet.
Also, you can see in the center of your screen here, this is Lufthansa Flight 435, headed to Munich, Germany. Expected flight time of around 8.5 hours to land there around 10 in the morning. But with the long line of departures and the single runway that O'Hare is using, that's going to make that arrival time a little bit harder to capture. There's a really good chance that they'll be able to make up the time. But I'm sure they're hoping so. You can see Spirit Airlines taxiing, as well as a Frontier Special Livery taxiing. Again, that Atlas Air still waiting to get off to Hong Kong.
Right. Again, that Atlas still out on the tarmac and has not shown any signs of moving yet. The aircraft lights are still off as well, aside from the tail light. Additionally, our Turkish Airlines 777 off to Istanbul has just arrived on the map. Soon to depart from Terminal 5. Hopefully we'll get a full-length departure from that aircraft as well. There is once again that beautiful Chicago skyline for all of you. We're still currently waiting for that 7-4 to indicate any signs of movement. All lights are still off. Well, everybody, it's not 4th of July, but we've still got some fireworks going off here from O'Hare, it appears. Not sure if that was it, but just a moment ago we did see those fireworks up to the north side. Just a few moments out, our China Southern Cargo 777, potentially our final aircraft of today's broadcast. Again, we are still waiting for this Atlas to make a move. All right, Rye, what do we think is our final aircraft of the broadcast?
Well, I was going to say that Atlas Air, but he seems to be holding short of 10 left to wait to go and wait in another line to depart runway 9 right. So now just 5 minutes away, we have our China Southern Airlines Boeing 777 freighter. So that aircraft now just 7 minutes away, and it seems as if that might be our last aircraft. We're very much hoping that this 747 departs runway 10 left. It doesn't quite make sense for all of the aircraft to be waiting so long just to depart one runway if these 3 runways actually, down here on the south end are completely open. But we will do our best to capture that China Southern Boeing 777 in approximately 7 minutes now, for each and every one of you. And that might do it for the stream if most of the action is going to stay to our north and as O'Hare winds down for the night.
Well, with that said, let's plan on wrapping up at about 10 p.m. We'll bring this stream to a final close. That means in just about 15 minutes, we may even do one final top of the hour for all of you as we wrap the stream up.
But please stay tuned in until that point, as we will give you the best entertainment we can with the planes closest to us before the night is over. I'd imagine those Atlas Air pilots are a little bit short on patience by now. Their expected departure time was 8:30, and they definitely would have made that had runway 10 left or 10 center or 10 right even have been open. But with them holding short here to go up and wait in another line, it's got to be a little bit frustrating for them.
It appears we do have lights now on that aircraft, and it is now moving.
It's got all the lights on, which it needs to cross the runway. Seems to be going very slow still. Make the turn. There we go. Let's go, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have this 747 depart for us. Headed to Hong Kong, flight 9163, clear for takeoff on 10 left. Just got to turn on those landing lights, and we'll know that they're fully clear for takeoff. Here we go, clear for takeoff. And here's our China Southern landing, runway 9 center. Into that Finnair Marimekko Unico livery with the China Southern Cargo 777 in the background. So very happy for those of you that stayed for that Atlas Air departure. That was very, very fun. And now he is turning 4 nautical miles from the airport, making his turn out to go over to Hong Kong. Let's hope he doesn't have a headwind. Expected arrival time into Hong Kong is 1:10 a.m. Hong Kong time, which is probably going to be a little bit later now, unfortunately, but that's what it looks like it is going to be, since they departed over an hour late. They departed an hour and 18 minutes late, so 78 minutes late. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with that last departure and arrival, that is going to do it for our happy hour stream here today on July 26th. We thank each and every one of you for tuning in, those that came. If you want to see a part of the stream that you weren't able to see, if you wanted to see the MD-11 come in or something else like that, go ahead and check in once the stream is over to the replay, and you will be able to see what it was really like seeing these aircraft arrive and depart. So we thank each and every one of you one more time for tuning in, supporting XLRS, and please go ahead and subscribe if you like Oshkosh content, and we have another live stream coming up next week. So stay tuned for that.
Do you have that one final super chat rolling in from Lance Whipple? Very nice. Thank you for the live stream tonight. Thank you for tuning in, Lance. We appreciate all of your support. This one goes out to all of you. Thank you guys all for tuning in to XLRS Aviation Live. It's been great having you all here on the broadcast tonight, and we are, of course, looking forward to seeing you all again next week. Again, thank you all so much for tuning in. We are going to wrap the stream up. We'll leave this on a final screen for the last few minutes, but again, thank you all so much for tuning in. Thank you to any of you that have sent in donations or super chats, and we are looking forward to seeing you all again next Friday at 5 p.m. for our happy hour special. Any final words, Rye?
Thank you so much, and fly high and enjoy the sky.
There you go, everybody. This is XLRS. I'm Xavier.
I'm Ryder.
And we are now signing off. Again, thank you all so much. Have a wonderful night, and we will see you all again next Friday. Good night, everybody.
Bye.